Hey, Tribe, how you doing? It's always good to see you. Um, I don't know if I'm gonna. Don't know how many people I'm gonna have in here tonight, but I'm hoping that what's the matter you comes over because we were just live on Michael Eline just had a live over on his channel. I love Michael Eline, but holy shit, talk about indoctrinated, full on enslaved in the mind sheeple. Um, Member. They're always like, he's a Tren de Aragua member. Oh yeah, motherfucker. Well, you're a member of the state bar. I wonder who's going to violate my rights first. Tren de Aragua, which I grew up with Hispanics my entire life and never heard of, or the local gang member down at the local state bar, acting like he's a public defender or a district attorney. Scumbag. You know what I mean? They call them illegal aliens. So what? Like if you're like, if you're from the United States of America, are you a legal alien then? That's what they really want to do is alienate all your rights. So they got to get you caught claiming that human beings can be illegal aliens because the opposite of that is a legal alien. So guess what, aliens? Get ready to be alienated, deprived. Everything will be legal. It'll be legal this, legal that. Fuck the law. They say no, legal is law. It can't. If it's repugnant, then it's not legal. If it's not repugnant, then it's legal. It's law. It's lawful. And it's like there's a big difference between legal and lawful. And Jesus, they don't get it. It's like, hey, Greg B, Poland don't got no problems with illegal aliens. The Polish president gave the thumbs up. I don't want to share my referral link. How do I get rid of that? I can't read your comment. I can't read your comment, Greg B, until somebody else posts another comment and the damn thing scrolls up a little bit. There's some sort of it says share your referral link in the pasted right over your comment, and I don't know how to get rid of it. Go ahead. Okay, cool. You got it. Gracias, Greg B. Thank you so much. Okay, aliens. The Polish president gave the thumbs up to bang bang anyone trying to cross the border. Oh, I bet they did. Like, there is no human right to travel and free movement in that country. Definitely, that's supposed to be Poland. But we're supposed to be the United States of America, the bastion of rights and freedoms. We were supposed to be the ones with the greatest constitution on the earth, the one that upheld human rights. But I guess we'll just stick to legal policies over the fuck that. Bear with me. I'm going to open up my window so I can get some fresh air. Oh, fucking 1940s ass motherfucking shit. Oh, gotcha. Whatever. I can't read your comment again, Greg B, until somebody comments again. I'm sorry. There's this stupid thing here, and I don't know how to get rid of it. I hope others come in. I'm waiting for What's the Matter You to come in. I want to be able to invite people on panel. That's exactly what I got to do. Sorry, guys. Let me get the link address so I can post it in the. I want to post it so that I can have some people up on panel. I got a specific topic, so anybody coming up on panel that wants to just bullshit about fucking fair weather fucking shit is getting fucking just blocked. Not blocked, but sent to the backstage where we're having a conversation about some real shit, and I don't have a whole lot of time to just talk about fucking he said, she said, fucking fuck around. So if anybody wants to come up and chat, that'd be cool. But yeah, we're going to be chatting about the right to travel, the right to free movement and travel, the human right, the natural human inherent right endowed to us by our creators or our creator, whatever you believe. We were here, so without having to get down to the basis of how we are here, we're just gonna basically say we were created somehow, or this is what we were created by our mommies and our daddies. Whether it was the egg or the chicken. But anyways, we want to talk about rights. We want to talk about rights, and we want to talk about the Bar Association, the state bar licensed attorneys that are depriving us of our Sixth Amendment right to counsel of our choice, depriving us of our Second Amendment right to defense. How can we defend ourselves if we cannot pick the defense of our choice? We have to have a state bar representative because they're the only ones that can represent us in their courts. I'm not going to say court of law because none of these are courts of law. It can't be. If it was the court of law, we would be able to have counsel of our choice, not just state bar licensed attorneys. The type of thing that's hey, Lion One. Oh, sorry, I didn't. There's a StreamYard link if anybody wants to come up. You know what I mean? I hope this is streaming live on my channel. Has anybody gone to my channel and seen if it was live? Good to see you, Lion One. Good to see you, Greg B. Good to see you, the tribe. I hope you're still here, the tribe. Says only 2 people are watching right now, and there was like the tribe, Greg B, and Lion One. So the tribe probably is gone. It's hard to it's not too hard to come around when it's like some like flashy, popular, like oh that's so popular channel, But when it's like a insubordinate, critical thinking, often not popular opinion channel, it's kind of hard to get people to come in and watch and take part, Is that a link going into the chat on YouTube, guys? Thanks for listening, the tribe. I'm hoping that What's the Matter You will come in here. He wasn't commenting on Michael Eline's live chat anymore. He probably got blocked or something for having a dissenting opinion. That's how it goes out west. Not a problem. I'm not gonna say it's a problem because sometimes it's hard to keep those around that are adverse. Except, you know, it's very hard. It's something I'm gonna continue practicing for the rest of my life. I always liked small channels. It's awesome, Lion One. Hey, Money 420. Good to see you. I was wanting to have a discussion with people. I was gonna go live and discuss some things, but I want a panel of people to talk with for so we can go over some other things. But I basically made this live for What's the Matter You. So if What's the Matter You shows up, he's going to be coming up on panel. Hopefully, you can come up on panel. You don't have to have your have your face on the screen. You can put up your avatar. You can just turn off your camera like I just did. Yeah, I put a link. I put a link up. I'm hoping others will come in. Uh, it's terrible what's happening in our country. Right now, we are seeing human roundups. We're seeing humans be called illegal aliens. The opposite of an illegal alien must be a legal alien, or just an alien. I don't know. So, like, if I was stupid enough to call a human being an illegal alien, I must be calling myself a regular alien or something, or maybe a legal alien. Alienate. What they really want to do is alienate our rights. So they're supposed to be inalienable rights, but if they can get you thinking of humans as illegal aliens, they might be getting, like, a few years down the road, they might be able to convince you that you're just a plain alien. You know what I mean? So, hey, Brandon Mitchell, good to see you. If you want to come up on the on panel, you're more than welcome. You can turn off your camera and just have an avatar if you don't want to be up on camera with your face. This live is basically directly reflecting Michael Eline's live. I love Michael Eline. I think he's an awesome human being, but boy, is he a little bit indoctrinated, like highly indoctrinated. Hey, good to see you, new guru. This isn't a chat. This isn't a chat panel. This is basically a panel for people that wanted to talk about the topic that I want to talk about tonight. So, new guru, if you want to come up on panel, that's hella cool. I just don't want to. I don't want to. I want to talk about certain things, but I don't really want to basically go off on tangents of other things. I was just over at Michael Eline's channel on his live. He really is gung ho about alienating human beings and trying to take away their human rights to free movement and travel by way of legally calling them illegal aliens and then seeking to deprive them of their inherent rights to free movement and travel upon this earth, and thinks that everybody should be rounded up and deported. Get the hell out of his country. Must not be my country. When I was born, when I was like a little baby and I didn't know nothing, supposedly I was born at Utah. So I must be an American, I guess. But why do I have to claim it? To have freedom. I don't want to have to claim it to have freedom. Now you're going to be asking me for my ID, my documents. I don't fucking want documents. Michael Eline, State Bar Representative, I do not want documents. I don't give a fuck who comes into this country. Hey, Inferno, good to see you. If you commit a crime, you get taken down for a crime. It does not matter what nationality or creed you are. So you were born in Antarctica. You don't get a fucking chance to come into this country. It's for blood. You're American by blood. So American is a blood now?
It's like you came out with a white, with a light skin tone. You must be white. You came out with a real dark skin tone. You must be black. By blood. You must be white by blood.
The ignorance doesn't fucking it doesn't cease. The ignorant keeps growing. Hey, Inferno, how you doing, Inferno? You can come up on panel if you want, Inferno. We're talking about human rights tonight, though. Anybody that wants to defer from human rights wants to, I don't want to go off on tangents. I'm going to have to set you in the backstage if you go up on tangents. To whoever comes up on panel. Come up on panel. Talk about human rights. I want to be able to showcase some things on this other cell phone device. I want to be able to go to Google and, Google some of the fucking shit, And then, I consider myself an earthling. Hell yeah. I don't know, because if we ever did leave Earth, we went to Mars, we would still hopefully have human rights. They'd be trying to tell us, no, you were born in the state of Mars or state of Earth. So you're under the state of Earth's jurisdiction. Oh, you claim to be a human? Well, I'm trying to tell you that you're an illegal alien. So you have to be an illegal alien because I said so. It's my border. You go on the other fucking side of it. No such thing as human rights. Natural, human, inherent, endowed by the creators or creator, whichever you believe. No such thing as human rights. Okay, cool. So next time, you should be able to tell me exactly where you live, and then you should be happy if I just ganked you right in the face because you said there was no human rights. So you must want to get ganked in the face. But if I gank you in the face, you already said that there was no human rights, so don't complain about it at all. Learn to love my ganking you in the face because there is no human rights compared to, Dan. Dan says there's no human rights. So Dan must love to get ganked in the face and not even complain about it. Some sort of ice pick straight to the cheekbone. I'm pretty sure if Dan got fucking ganked in the face with an ice pick straight to the cheekbone, his ass would be claiming human rights real fucking quick. Good evening, Tapatio's Cop Watch. William L., always good to see you. Do so much great for this community, William L. Tapatios, you're a very good man. I love you, brother. Jack off, Jack. Very good man. Misunderstood man. Fucking straight hated by people just for being a little different on other platforms who should have been way more inclusive than they were. The devil fucked my mother and hit me in the head at the same time. Very well could have, man. Shit. uh, Motherfuckers always want to talk about how there's no human rights until they get ganked in the face with an ice pick, and then all of a sudden they're like, complaining about fucking, he hit me, he hit me. Oh, but you said there was no human rights, and now you're sitting here complaining? What the fuck? You should have just took that with a nothingness, as if it didn't even happen. I don't want to see you run into the fucking daddy, the popo now, try and complain about how somebody shouldn't have hit you in the face because, you know, you was the one saying there was no human rights. Hey, Joe Cool. What's up? This live is a direct reflection of Michael Eline's live. Michael Eline is a good human being, but highly misguided. I totally believe that it's due to his military career. You know, what was supposed to be the service. You know, and you know, if you like dedicate yourself to being a what do you call that, the Marine. You know, if you dedicate yourself to becoming a Marine, you probably were pretty gung-ho and dedicated. You know, it's not fucking easy to be a Marine. So that could get you, you know, believing and pushing any legal policy for the corporation known as the United States of America over top of a natural human right. You know, how dare he walk across the border without documentation? Let me see some ID. Let's get some ID. Let's get some ID. Oh, he wants ID like crack. Stupid pig wants ID like crack. I would love it if the fucking illegal aliens were coming across the border saying, look at this stupid pig wants ID like crack. Everybody'd be like, but you're an illegal alien. You can tell by my rage, I am still just a rat in a cage. Yeah, if I wasn't a rat in the cage, I'd be talking about happy shit and fucking working on my truck and snow plowing and fucking I'd get to love my favorite music and sports channels and all sorts of shit. Because I wouldn't even have to give a fuck about human rights because everybody'd be fucking honoring them and nobody'd have anything to complain about. But here I am, just a fucking rat in a cage complaining about fucking human rights that we don't fucking have. And I can see that. I can see where you're going with that now, Dan. So, salute to you on that. On that, yeah. Human rights. What the fuck are human rights? We don't fucking have human rights. The fuck, man. We have to have a bunch of corporate legal policies if we want to be proud Americans. If you're a proud American, you got to uphold all the corporate legal policies, even if they're repugnant to your human rights. That's what a proud American does. Now you're getting it. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Salute, Dan. Now I'm the one getting ganked in the face with a fucking ice pick. Fuck yeah. Dan, good motherfucker. Fuck yeah, Dan. Fictions for the mind. Dan, fuck yeah, Dan. Fuck yeah. I wasn't necessarily picking up what you were putting down, but damn, ain't that the truth? Rights? What fucking rights? We don't fucking have rights. Especially not my fucking ass. I can't even get a few of my neighbors to even go down to Knight County and even fucking bitch at them about what they're doing to me. They already dropped the charges where the deputy shoved my ass and then charged me with battery upon a peace officer for my lawful reaction to his unlawful shove. That's why I want to say shout out to that district judge, Lane Myers in Tonopah, Nevada. He actually dismissed the case for lack of probable cause. Like someone that would be like set to uphold human rights would do or should do. So I have to give credit where credit's due there. You know what I mean? I have a video on my channel where I'm in the county courthouse, and it's before court, so I'm out in the hallway, and there's quite a bit of time before court. So I go into the district court clerk's office, and I'm recording, and the sitting district court clerk had a problem with me recording. First, she tried to tell me to get out of there. You can find the video on my channel. So when I don't just get out of there, she goes out into the hallway to try to flag down a deputy. And I go to the door of the clerk's office, and I see two deputies there that are getting flagged down by this fucking treasonous bitch. And they come into court clerk's office, into the little lobby, the public area right there where you get to stand. It's like 8 foot by 4 foot area that they got for the customers, for the radical customers that pay all their fees. They're called compliant U.S. citizens. They're not free, man. They comply with all the fees. They pay all their taxes, but then also they pay their fees on top of that for their services. So they pay their taxes for their services, and they pay their fees for their services. That's why I call them radical customers. They let you out of the cage to go to court. Sure, you know. I would have went to court too, but I have like several documentations of 3 different threats by public service agents for the county upon me, my person, and my living soul. They want to threaten that they're going to stuff my camera up my ass. They want to threaten that they'll just meet or find me in a dark alley some night. They want to threaten that when they get me into their custody, they're going to bind me, gag me, and medicate me when I don't want to be bound, gagged, and medicated. Imagine that. Imagine that. So yeah, I didn't even get to go. I didn't even get to stay home. I didn't even get to go to court. Deprived of lawful due process? Much. Due process is a human right. An honorable person acting, or like human being, person, or whatever you have you, agent, they honor somebody's due process. They want to propagate due process. They want to get down to the bottom of due process so much that they don't just take an hour for the court hearing. They fucking get into that courtroom in that morning time, and they don't leave that fucking courtroom until the process is over with. That's a true court. Not, we're going to administer you an hour. Be there at 11:30. Don't worry, we'll be done by 12. Administrative court. Joko KS. Kansas. Let's see. Paste. If anybody sees what's the matter, you can you have him come on over to the live, please? Last seen on Michael Eline's live. I'd like to get him up and talk to him about some stuff, about some of the things. Michael Eline, one of the things I want to talk about is how I have been friends of Chili de Castro for a number of years, maybe the last 3 to 5 years. Initially, I thought he was saying a bunch of right shit. I met a couple people through the Delete Laws channel. I still appreciate a lot of them, even Chili, to an extent. But I will never trust a motherfucker again after that relationship. The thing about it is that lo and behold, through Chili, we are introduced to this Michael Eline, a state licensed bar attorney for the state of California and Texas. He claims something to that effect. I don't know for sure, but it's not my thing. That's his thing. But the thing about it is that he was on his live tonight, fucking honoring that Tom Homan, the fucking ex-cop, Tom Homan. Let's look up Tom Homan. Let's just go ahead and look up Tom Homan, and I can show you guys a little bit about Tom Homan. Tom Homan. Let's look at images first. Let's look at several different images. You see this guy? Oh my gosh! Imagine him in his blue uniform. Oh man, the honorable little pig he is, isn't he? He's got that American flag back there, but you know what? He's hiding a secret. He's hiding a thin blue secret. The cop, Tom Homan. This cop is supposed to be America's hero. He's gonna get them fucking illegal aliens out of the American country. This cop right here, he's supposed to be your guys' hero. Because for some reason, pigs are pigs, but when they're trying to get illegal immigrants out of the country, now they're heroes. Cop. That's what he is. Okay, so now that we've seen what he looks like, let's look at his history. Tom Homan, law enforcement history. Okay, the same law enforcement liars that every one of them else are. Okay, here's some links and shit. Let's see here. Wikipedia, Tom Homan. I don't know how to put it up on the screen, so I have to use this other device to show it. That's why it's low tech. It's going to be a little low tech, so hopefully people will stick with me and not just hate on me because I'm so low tech. Because fuck. Thomas Douglas Homan, born November 28th, 1961, is an American law enforcement officer and political commentator who served as acting director of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE. In another lifetime, they were Nazis. From January 30th, 2017 to June 29th, 2018. In November 2024, the president-elect Donald Trump designated Homan as border czar. He's the border czar. He's your new Russian czar. I mean, border czar. No, don't imply that I have something against Russians, because I actually like the Russians. Shit, the Russians, the North Koreans, and the Chinese and all them, they might be our only hope against the imperialist fascist of the Israel, the United States, they're like this. Pretty soon we'll all be terrorists. Oh my gosh, look at him. He's got like a hat on and he's got a beard. He must be a Muslim. I was born in Utah. I'm not, Inferno, if you want to come up on the channel and put up some pics and some information on the screen, it would be better than post some videos right now. If we need videos, we'll put videos. I know, what's a Russian, right? A Russian must be an opposite of something else. I don't know. What's a Russian? What's a North Korean? What's an American? Fictions. Exactly. Surrounded by the bastards. This asshole right here fucking probably grabbed me and fucking caged me, deport me to El Salvador because I got a beard and a hat on. If I was a Christian, would it be okay? Oh, but if I was a Christian Muslim, oh my God, is he a Muslim? Or is he just a Muslim, not a Christian Muslim? Or can I be a Christian Buddhist, Hinduist, Christian, Muslim? I'm not sure. I think Tom Homan's going to sit there and try to tell me what I am and just disregard my claim. My claim's not important. It's just mine, Homan advocates deportation of illegal immigrants and opposes sanctuary city policies within the government. He was among the most strident proponents of separating children from their parents as a means of deterring illegal entry into the country after 2018. Epstein probably loves that. Trump's good friend Epstein, the one that they are all talking about pointing at women at the party and they're like all laughing with each other. I bet you Epstein hella loves it when they separate children from their parents. After 2018, he began contributing to Fox News as a commentator. Okay, so there you go. Tom Homan, the fucking cop, pig-loving bootlegger. He's the new ICE administrator. He's going to make sure that all your neighbors are deported for one reason or another. First, they started with the illegal immigrants. Then they moved on to the helpers of the illegal immigrants. Then they moved on to anyone that would seek to defend themselves. Oh, you standing up for rights? You must be a sovereign citizen. Something akin to some sort of a liberal. If you're against U.S. Corporate policy, you must be a liberal because the fascists are pushing that corporate policy. So you got to either be on their side, otherwise you're a liberal. It doesn't matter how many moral conservative values you have. You must be a liberal because you want to uphold human rights over legal corporate policies made by the United States corporation. Five CFR on the USA corporation. I'm not sure how many of you guys have looked it up. To see about the ICFR. Anybody can come up on panel and talk about this stuff if they want, or I know some of the argument is that none of it matters really, but a lot of it is that it doesn't matter, that we aren't citizens and that we don't have to fucking claim that. But a lot of people in the country right now are loving Donald Trump. They're loving the calling people illegal aliens. They're loving telling people to get out of their country. So yeah, there's a ICFR on USA and other corporations. Two 641-104. Is that one it? We can very soon, man. I just need to put some clothes on in the dryer soon, but I can play vids and stuff for now. That's all right, Inferno. That's cool, bro. Don't worry about it. Oh, here's one of the definitions. This is the United States definition, the United States of America definition of agency. I don't know how many of you can see that. Let's see here. We'll go like this. Wow, that's blurry as shit. Blurry. Anyways, it says agency means any department, independent establishment, commission, administration, authority, board, or bureau of the United States or government corporation. Of the United States or government corporation. Okay? So an immigration policy is a legal corporate policy, not that of a human law, a human rights law, a natural law. It's not a natural law. It's a corporate legal policy. I sent you an email about a couple weeks ago. Did you see it? I think so. Let me pull up your emails right now and look at them. It's not like I'm going to read them on the live. But yeah. Sorry about that, new guru. Oh, I read the one from the 6th, but I didn't see the one from the 14th, bro. Signal loss. We are still up. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was that one. So the 14th. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Jones Plantation video. Fuck yeah. New Guru, hey Wanda Mize, good to see you. Thanks for coming on in here. New Guru, I've been in a state of depression, in a state of depression for like the last 2 weeks. Well, more longer than 2 weeks, probably for the last couple months. But there's different levels of masking depression. But when I haven't wanted to go live, that was when I was not necessarily masking depression, but just fully staying the hell away from anyone that would remind me of my depression. William, good to see you. Was a fairly lengthy one. Just checking if it went through. I get shadow banned a lot. Yeah, it went through, New Guru, and thank you so much, bro. Another thing to check out is the redemption manual. I'll try to check that out. Inferno, good to see you. Yeah. One of my says, Inferno, good to see you. Joko KS Cop Watch, otherwise known as Joko in the hizzy or something, in the house. In the house. Hey, one of Mize. Joko, good to see you. William, appreciate you. Hell yeah. He's somebody that people can appreciate, man. He works hard for people's channel that didn't even ask him to. He's in it for his reasons, which are obviously a selfless reason, which is by that standard a great reason. New Guru, sorry, I've been highly depressed, and I am. It was weird because this morning I woke up cognitively thinking while I was in my sleep. I was thinking about the county, Nye County out in Nevada that's doing this shit to me. I was thinking in my sleep cognizantly. I was having full thoughts and basically going over this stuff with myself, that Nye County is in fact getting away with it. The process is the punishment. Even if I'm exonerated and free to go and free to stay, they will have gotten away with all of this, threatening me, causing me, because all they did was say that they were going to stick my camera up my ass, say that they would meet me find me in a dark alley, and say that they would, when they got me into their custody, they would bind me, gag me, and medicate me. They just told me these things, and I fucking went. I took the fuck off. Oh fuck no. I would love to be fighting my case as my proper defense if there is such a thing in the United States. I would have loved to do that, but after that third threat where they said that they were going to get me in their custody and bind me, gag me, and medicate me, I said no, fuck no. Nope. Oh, I know, Jack off Jack. My pussy hurts too. Yup. Pussy's been hurting. Fucking neighbors aren't fucking neighbors in the United States. They don't fucking give a shit about the red, white, and blue. They don't care about the flag. They don't give a fuck about their gun rights. They don't give two fucking shits about what the fuck happens to their neighbor. It's fucking hella easy to watch some fucking videos and be like, oh man, sorry that's happening to you. Now I'm going to go back about my life and be drinking my moonshine, drinking my whiskey, smoking my pot, fucking listening to my music, going out and making cop watch videos, fucking doing a fucking audit down in the local post office, getting into my own motherfucking shit where they're fucking depriving my own rights. Sorry for your luck, but I can't come to your town to protest the way they treated you because I got my own shit to do. America. Yeah, I have it on record. Yeah, Joko. I have all three threats on record. Various different people are going to perceive the threats different. The one guy, he made two of the threats, and then another public service for Nye County made the third threat. So the first two threats was the guy was telling me he was going to stuff my camera up my ass. well, it's kind of hard to just stuff a camera up somebody's ass. You have to like grab them, wrestle them down, fucking take their pants off, probably with or without lube. Attempt to stuff a phone or a camera up an ass, which might even be perceived as just a form of speech. Hey man, I'm gonna stuff that camera up your ass. But I'm not fucking, I don't give a fuck. I don't have to fucking take it as a freedom or a form of speech. You're gonna tell me you're gonna stuff my camera up my ass. The old man's lucky I didn't fucking punch him in the face. Instead, just pushed him with one hand while I had a camera in the other. Being charged with abuse of the elderly, even though I got it on video where they said the reason why we didn't arrest him was because what you were doing was an actual threat. When you got out of your truck, told him you were going to stuff the camera up his ass and was walking at him, that was a threat. That's why we didn't arrest him for battery upon battery upon the elderly is what they were going to originally charge me for. But a year later, they fucking charged me with abuse of the elderly because I have it on video where they already said for that same defensive push that I did, the same defensive push, I wasn't telling them that I was going to stuff their shit up their ass while walking at them because they probably defend themselves against me if I did that. Where's their fucking videos of me telling them I'm going to stuff something up their ass? Oh, they don't fucking have any. So here I am fucking, yep. What is it you need help with? Who, me, Wanda Mize? I wish I could have you up on panel so that you could talk to me about it. Maybe I should start reading the chat more, instead of thinking about what I want to talk about. But I have a bunch of other fucking mental problems that I have to fucking deal with around all this other shit. Comprehension issues. I'm supposed to be reading the chat, but I got comprehension issues. It's funny, fuck me, who gives a fuck about me? That was another fucking thing is that fucking, I've been diagnosed with mental illness in the state of Nevada since I was in third grade. This was when I was a little tiny kid in third grade. I was probably like 8 or 9 years old. They're sitting there telling me that I have a problem and that they want to try this medication out on me and shit. And it's like, but, so basically since I was 8 or 9 years old, maybe somewhere around 10, I don't know. I was in third grade. They diagnosed me with attention deficit disorder, ADD. They started putting me on Ritalin. Come to find out, Ritalin is just another form of over-the-counter lab-controlled meth. Basically, I was put on methamphetamines as a third grader. But they don't want to recognize my mental illness now. They want to fucking just tell me that I'm difficult and that I'm a yeller and that I yell expletives and that, they want to falsely charge me with disorderly for using my words in public instead of recognizing my mental illnesses. Let's see here. NRS on course of conduct with person of mental illness. And these are their claims, these aren't necessarily my claims. These are their claims. These are not necessarily my claims. These are their claims. They put me in their doctors. They asked me their questions. They gave me their diagnosis. If anybody should be able to use these claims, it should be me. But instead, they overlook these claims when they want to. They want to use them against me when they want to tell me I'm different when I'm a kid and act like I'm acting out and that I need to be medicated. NRS. Whenever they want to medicate me, they're willing to recognize my mental illness, but they don't want to recognize that they were taking a course of conduct with a person with mental illness. And this is where it all starts. But I'm off on a tangent. Nobody's coming in anyways. What's the matter? You hasn't recognized that I'm live yet. I told him I'd go live after Michael Eline's live, but I decided to leave that. He wasn't commenting. He probably got blocked for believing in human rights over the deportation of humans because they're not from this country or something. Okay. It's NRS 207.260. NRS 207.260. This is what Nye County has been doing to me for quite a while, since 2010 at least. Even before that, but really since 2010. The first time I got arrested for freedom of speech issues, I was like 12 or 13 years old in Nye County. I made up a little jingle. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me a match so I can burn Mr. Burns. You know, because his name rhymes with burn and burn. His name is Burns, and it rhymes with burn. And that Metallica song just came out back there in the 90s. Shit, it was like 1996 or 1997, something like that. It says NRS 207.260 says a person who without lawful authority willfully and maliciously engages in a course of conduct with a person with mental illness which would cause a person with mental illness of like mental condition to feel terrorized, frightened, intimidated, or harassed, and which actually causes the person with mental illness to feel terrorized, frightened, intimidated, or harassed, commits the crime of unlawful contact with a person with mental illness. Now, back in January 2022, it was January 7th, I have the documentation. I have the copy of my complaint. I wrote a complaint I didn't want to have to touch the old man. He was threatening me. He was harassing me. Threatening somebody causes intimidation. It's a harassment. It's a form of coercion. And he was threatening me. He was harassing me. I put in a complaint because I wanted to complain to Nye County so that they could stop this Nye County public service agent so that I didn't have to. And basically, they met my complaint with deliberate indifference. They disparaged my concerns, met my complaint with deliberate indifference. I told them that I was that the Nye County public service agent, public works employee, Jim Basinger, was a person who, without lawful authority, willfully and maliciously engages in a course of conduct with a person with mental illness, which would cause a person with mental illness of like mental condition to feel terrorized, frightened, intimidated, or harassed, and which actually causes the person with mental illness to feel terrorized, frightened, intimidated, or harassed, commits the crime of unlawful contact with person with mental illness. That's what they were doing. Backstage, badass, Joe. At the stage.
That was good.
Sorry about that, Joe Cool. I always do that.
It's funny.
You know, I think 2 or 3 people, Joe, in the last 2 or 3 weeks have told me, you have rights. You got to stop. You got to stop talking about having mental illness and all this stuff. They're using that against you and everything. And it's like, duh, they're using it against me, dude. You don't think I know that? There was one guy back up, like before I even started getting maliciously prosecuted. who was telling me, I think it was Scrubzilla. He was like, bro, you need to move out of that. You need to move out of that town. You need to move away. You need to get out of there. And I was thinking, yeah, I probably do. But, you know, this is my home. This is where I've been living since 94. This is my life. I'm supposed to have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, life, liberty, and property. I thought ignorantly that I could stand up for my rights. And if they violated my rights, I could file a lawsuit against them.
You know better now, don't you?
Yes. I have a lawsuit against them right now as we speak. I had to sign it. I had to find out how to file it myself. I had to find out how to write it. I had to find out everything, all the laws with the help of the internet, right?
Yeah.
Well, I wrote up the fucking thing. I got all the evidence, but they have a problem with it because I'm trying a lawful next friend. Okay, because I'm incapacitated at the moment. I'm physically unable to go to the court to represent myself, right? Represent. I can't present myself in the court because fucking I can't present myself.
I think your mic went low. Oh shit, maybe it's mine. I don't know. There it goes back.
Somebody was trying to call me. Sorry.
Okay.
This person that's trying to call me is supposed to be one of the most I'm supposed to be one of the most important people in their lives. And they're supposed to be one of the most important persons in my life. But I have a YouTube channel and it's all about my showcasing evidence because I'm a targeted individual. It's all about my harassment by Nye County, Nevada. But this person calls me and doesn't even go onto my live channel, they probably don't even got the note. They didn't even choose to look for the notification of my live.
Cops have duties. So you're saying if a person loves you, they're supposed to be here in your channel to support you. Sounds like you have expectations, man. If they come here, in my opinion, it's a blessing. If they don't, suck it up and don't talk bad.
No, I'm not. Man. Yeah, but I'm just saying they're calling me during my live. Like they should know that I'm live, and instead they're just trying to call me over top of my live. You know what I mean?
I get all the time. I tell people, because I'm on so many panels, to text me first. You know, once it gets dark, I'm probably on a panel somewhere. I ask my loved ones to text me. And guess what? They call me. I could be on the interstate doing an exchange somewhere, need my GPS, and motherfuckers steady be calling. They don't give a fuck, bro.
My expectation is that they probably don't give the fuck that they say that they do.
Right.
You know, my expectations is basically that fucking nobody fucking really gives a fuck about us.
Two things, man. One, talking about the mental illness. I didn't see nothing wrong with it, and it's like I don't know. It is what it is. It's like, so like telling me to say, Joe, don't say you're black or something. I am what I am, right? You are what you are. I don't see how it can't come up. Maybe they meant something else by it. I don't know. And
no, they're just trying to say that the county or the government is using my mental illness against me. You know,
I don't know. They're gonna target you anyway, right?
Yeah, they use. That is the whole moral of my whole fucking story, is that they only use my mental illness against me. They never use my mental illness for me. I've never been made whole, proper, or I haven't gotten anything that was for me, considering my mental illnesses. I've had to take their medications. I've had to see their doctors. I've had to fucking be teased by my youth classmates because I'm on medications. I've had to endure the whole entire thing about the whole entire treatment, and they're the ones that put me on it, the state of Nevada, and the only thing that they don't ever do is enrich my life in any way.
Right. Can I back up a little bit? You were saying something before I went and made my tea. You was saying something about something happened at Michael Eline's or something.
Oh yeah,
Can you tell me about
This
that?
live was is a direct reflection of Michael Eline's life,
What was
which I
this
like
live
Michael
about?
Eline. He's cool
Yeah.
as a human being, but oh man, is he fucking twisted in the legal world.
Give me the short version. What was your complaint today with him?
For to start with, I agree with Michael Eline on everything except for immigration policies.
Yeah, he got one or two that I don't agree with him with as well.
So when I went to his live panel, originally I went to there as "You Have Rights, Cops Have Duties."
Right.
But man, he didn't like "You Have Rights, Cops Have Duties." No. Oh, you're against immigration policies? Block. You know, he blocks me, right?
Oh.
So I go back. I go to his channel as my other channel that's supposed to not have anything to do with rights, but I've already included it in going to these rights channels. But it's my pigeon channel. You know, my pigeon channel is supposed to be just for my my love of pigeons. Okay, but I went there as my pigeon channel and fucking he modded my ass without even me even asking to be modded.
Right.
But today he really didn't like the things I had to say about Tom Homan, the border czar,
Right.
the ex-pig, now ICE agent.
What you think it is? Cops have duties.
What?
What do you think it is? What is the reason that so many of these people are against these immigrants?
It's a whole fucking slew of shit.
All right, let me start then. It would seem that if, I don't know, it's just my nature. If someone needed food or water, if I could, I'd help them. That's just my nature. If I see someone make a mistake, I don't feel like, oh, I can pile on. Oh my God, he made a faux pas. I should run over there and call him an idiot and tell him how stupid he is. No, it's my first thought is to bring him up. Now, it's amazing that so many people, when you hear the word immigrant, that does not come to mind. Where I'm going with this is, if you saw them as equal or even human, your instinct would be to help. But something has occurred where they must view immigrants as less than.
B. Sesame Street for Brown. Would be a starter point.
Yeah.
You know.
Yes, I get the same.
I think it was mentioned somewhere. If you go back through that live video of Michael Eline's, regular Americans was mentioned.
All right. Yes, I saw. Who was that? One of them chicks. I think it was Trump's press secretary. I think it was her that said that some white people are fucked up. I see white people who are just as fucked up and lazy as some black people. Meaning that she inherently thinks white people are better and black people are lazy, and white people are not supposed to be lazy. That's what black people do. It's the B word, as you say, the color shit.
Yes. B is for Brown.
Yeah, right. I think that's and the reason they're able to do that, in my opinion, is because you instill fear in a motherfucker. You tell them that brown person is coming to steal your white woman, your job, your nation. They're gonna come over here and play fucked up music. They're gonna bring down. You scare them with all of that shit, and most motherfuckers, if they already feel like they're in a position of power, they're over the brown person, then they're gonna fall in line. They're not gonna risk anything.
When they started deporting the Jews from Germany, they first initially told the Germans that the Jews were stealing their money.
Yeah.
And then when then they started saying that for the theft of the money they were criminals.
Yes.
And then they started saying that they were only taking the criminals out of the country.
Yes. Right.
But then when it was found that they weren't just taking criminals out, but they were taking out Jews, people from the country of Germany started hiding the Jews.
That's very interesting. If I can interrupt you for 1 second, they just arrested a judge for assisting. Now, people said that it was illegal to hide those Jews and you will be punished and your family will be punished. But now in history, we look at them as good people. The family that hid Anne Frank, we look at them as the good guys. Here, we're repeating the same shit. If you try to help,
if you aid and abet those illegal aliens,
you're evil. You're evil. You're breaking the law. You're just like them. You're aiding and abetting, harboring a fugitive. I mean, they know every word they can. Fucking pricks.
And we're just starting. This is the tip of the iceberg as far as human deportations and human trafficking, human roundups. It took like fucking 20 years, documented years, maybe longer than that, in Germany to stop those evil Nazis. So basically, what is this one going to take? 20 years, 40 years, maybe 70 years before Tom Homan gets recognized as the Nazi he is, and Trump gets recognized as the Hitler he is, and Doge gets recognized as the SS it is, and ICE gets recognized as the Nazis they are.
It might take even longer than that.
Maybe.
Because these people that whole Make America Great Again, that's just people who want to keep it majority white, majority the way it is. There is no room for someone of a different culture, or even you. There's no room for a white motherfucker who doesn't want to feed the beast, feed the system, and who's evil. They need a certain type of people in this country. And they want to preserve that shit.
Dan, he says, they just can't see. If you think, oh shit, did you get kicked? Come on back, Joe. Come on back. If you can come on back. Dan says they just can't see. If you think the system is broken, then the system is working. For fuck's sakes, read that over and over until it sinks in. Oh, I know. Hey, Abraxas. Yes, that's race baiting. Look at my fucking face. I couldn't. Am I white? Fuck no. I'm like more pink and tan. I'm like pink and like a light shade of tan. Fuck. It's irritating. I'm irritated to high heaven. I'm in such a depression. I'm in a fight for my rights, and my rights are your rights, and all humans' rights. Yes, dogs and cats and everything can have the same rights, but these are the rights that we as a species are trying to hopefully uphold for humans at least. I don't know how to say it otherwise. Phone call, yeah. Let me put up the thing. Anybody can come up. I don't know if Abraxas would want to come up, but he's more than welcome. The sound of his voice and everything, and his information, his knowledge would be great to listen to, hear from, or what have you. Is that pasting? Oh, what's the matter? You made it here. What's the matter? You what's the matter? You this live is a direct reflection of Michael Eline's live. Script is still fraudulent in its setup. Yep, it is. The man that does not know thyself has no rights. Yeah. my claim should be important, but they're like, oh, fuck your claim is what they're doing to me. What's the matter, you? Come on up if you want. I want to talk to you about some stuff. Joe Cool, you can come back up if you want. Hopefully you do. You were talking some awesomeness. Okay, what's the matter, you? Thank you. I want to talk with you. What's the matter, you? About a couple occurrences, some things that have happened, and they for some reason stem around one individual. And I'm not saying that this is the fucking truth, but I'm just saying that this is the way I see it. I've met some people. I've met some people in the last 5 years based on this one individual, and the individual might not be the best person for me or anybody else. That's just my comprehension. Nobody else. It doesn't have to be anybody else's. For all intents and purposes, the individual is a great man, you know, but no longer for me. Otherwise, you consent to the jurisdiction of a person you have failed to identify. Yeah. However, identify those you do commerce with. Abraxas, I found in their own policy, their own NRS, where it's NRS 281A. It's about them fully identifying. It's a sheet that they're supposed to fill out, and they're supposed to file this paper, this document with the Nevada Commission on Ethics, and the document's known as the ethical acknowledgement form. So they're supposed to fill out this document with their name and their address and everything else, their proper identification, and they're supposed to check the boxes that prove that they have read the ethical standards and acknowledge them. And then they're supposed to file this document with the State Ethics Commission, and then the public is supposed to be able to request these public records, and in these public records contains their acknowledgement that they have read the ethical standards manual, and their name and address, and everything is supposed to be on the document. And I have found through my records requests that only 3 out of like 40 Nevada agents that I've requested for have had their ethics acknowledgement form on file, and only one of them was timely filed. And the statute says not timely filed is as good as not filed at all. But I tried to bring this to their attention, and they act like it doesn't even matter, or they'll act like they didn't even know that they were supposed to do this. They're obscuranting at every path. I can't ask them for their identification without them obscuranting. I've tried. I'm trying at this time, Abraxas. I've actually tried ever since you very first started talking with me, trying to ask them for their identification. And all they are is great with obscuranting, great with plausible deniability, great with just flat out fucking denial. While we, like, yo is taking all the brunt of this. No, nobody else. You do commerce with unidentified person. You do not know the system. It's called a driver license. Yeah, I don't have one of those. One cannot be a judge unless they hold the all caps person. Yeah, we would hope. You know what this justice of the peace? He's not even a judge. It says in the NRS justice of the peace, specifically denominated justice of the peace. What is it? NRS denomination of courts. Courts where held. This is specifically about justice of the peace, chapter 4, justice courts, Abraxas. And when we talk about one cannot be a judge, right? Especially these quotations come into full effect when you start talking about justice of the peace, because they're specifically denominated justice of the peace. But when you go into the courthouse, they have a placard wall where all their pictures are posted. And underneath the fucking justice of the peace's picture, it says Judge Jennifer Clapper instead of Justice of the Peace Jennifer Clapper. So they're fucking making people think that they're a judge, Jennifer Clapper, instead of Justice of the Peace Jennifer Clapper, when specifically under NRS, Justice of the Peace is denominated specifically Justice of the Peace. So basically, I'm the only one in the whole state of Nevada that's ever mentioned this that I know of. So I must be the only one that even tried to look this shit up. Let me find it. It's Justice Courts. I don't participate in their statutory jurisdiction. I'm not contracted to the state, part of an administrative agency, nor am I part of commerce. I never gave authority of me or jurisdiction of me. Yeah, they're always implying these things, Wanda Mize. Whether we can make all the fucking open claims that we want, and they'll continue to imply our citizenship. It's very evil. Not one of our fucking neighbors are coming to our rescue, and not one of our neighbors are moving to stop this as an assembly. They're not even giving a shit, Wanda Mize. I could claim I don't have a driver's license all day, but they'll maybe they will come up with a contract out of nowhere, out of an old contract prior to. But even if you do have a contract, contracts are supposed to be open on both ends, so that should be null and void off the conception of a contract in the United States. I did not feel the way I did when I went into this contract. Therefore, I do no longer want this contract. But they're very quick to not give a fuck about your claim. Let me see where this is. Sorry, I'm having a hard time finding this part that I'm looking for. 4360. 4360. 4360. Denomination of courts. Courts always open where held. That's another thing is it even says in the NRS that courts are to be open where held. Open means public. When you're dealing with the government, open means public. Like if you're making an open claim, that means you're making a public claim. If the court is open, it's open to the public. Okay, NRS 4.360, denomination of court. Court always open where held. The courts held by justices of the peace are denominated justice courts. Justice courts have no terms and must always be open, except as otherwise provided in subsection 3 and 5 of NRS 1.050. justice courts must be held in their respective townships. And you can look at NRS 1.050. It doesn't take away from anything said in here because it says except as otherwise provided. But just read NRS 1.050. I may even do that if you guys want me to. But on my videos where I'm in my protest shirt, my shirt says, "You cocksucking bitch ass boy." This is a protest. That's what my shirt says. It says, "You cocksucking bitch ass boy. This is a protest." They forced me to stand in the hall. To go into the justice court. They didn't allow me to go into the justice court until I took off my shirt. That's setting a term. The NRS statute specifically says the courts held by justice of the peace are denominated justice courts. Justice courts have no terms, but they were trying to make me take off my shirt before I could enter. They were telling me that I had to wear the proper attire to go into their courtroom. All this shit. These are all valid questions. Yeah, they are valid questions. Novation, perhaps. And it will serve you none to want your neighbors to think otherwise. Find like minds. Ignore the rest. I thought I was finding like minds for like the last 5 or 10 years, Braxis, and not one like mind has said, you know what? We see what they're doing to you and we're coming to your rescue. They haven't. The person is part of the system. These folks are missing the point. The matrix is a counterfeit of nature. Yeah. An easy argument for the driver's license is the fact they force you literally to have a driver's license. If you act under your right to travel, they will batter, steal your property, and kidnap you for exactly for failing to contract with the driver's license. Exactly one of mine. The person does not move a record court without the man. Exactly, Abraxas. I appeared by special appearance and got my case dismissed by special appearance. So I wrote a writ of special appearance. I wrote an affidavit of change of status to make them stop using the public pretender. They forced a public pretender on me and then tried to force me into a hearing where they were going to try to, or they tried to force me to go to a doctor for my mental, to see if I was cognitive, to stand trial, competent to stand trial. And they call it competency. Fucking pieces of shit. They're the ones that are not competent. Man must create joinder with the person that holds the title judge in order to act as such. Unless, however, you tacitly consent to do commerce exchange with a person you fail to identify. There are no judges in state court. Exactly. Judicial authority and anyone that's employed by a state is a federal executive branch employee. They're not a judicial anything. They might be claiming state judiciary, but that's only state judiciary. Otherwise, and that's like a false. That's like a title of nobility. They are merely public service employees under the federal executive branch. They're employed by a state. They're not employed by the federal government. They're employed by a state under the federal government. They're basically employed by an agency that's under the federal government. So no, they are not judges. Judge would be a better suited title for someone that was in the federal judicial branch, but that's corporate stuff. You have never identified even one body at a court record. Unidentified persons do not have a right duty. How exactly do you identify them at the court, Abraxas? That's one thing I've never gotten to talk to you about. When you walk into the court and you just walk on in there and you ask them, "Let me see your driver's license, judge. Otherwise, you're not a judge." What usually happens at that point? Jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is in the I. A. If I of the beholder. You have never identified. I've only met what were supposed to be public servants. I can't read your, okay, right there. You have never identified one of them. I identified that Ann Zimmerman in the Chili DeCastro case. I did a public records request for her ethics acknowledgement form on file, and it has her address and everything. I didn't see one shitbag out there protesting in front of her house. And I don't mean to go protest because in the public because that's going to change anything. No, I mean go fucking stand out in front of the fucking bitch's house, fucking yelling and fucking screaming, which is a lawful fucking thing to do in public. You're supposed to be annoying. You're supposed to be fucking annoying. You have the right to. You're supposed to be grieving to the agents. They're supposed to have a duty to redress your grievances. They're supposed to take your grievance and redress it to where it's not a grievance anymore. That's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to take your grievance, what you're grieving about, your protest, and they're supposed to change whatever the fuck they're doing and redress whatever the fuck they're doing to cause you fucking duress, so that you can fucking pursue happiness again instead of being under duress. That's what they're fucking supposed to do. A lot of people on the videos are saying, I'm here to redress my grievances with the government. It's like, hold on a second. You're supposed to grieve to the government, and they're supposed to take that grievance and they're supposed to redress that grievance to where you don't have to grieve no longer about that. And that's a redressal of a grievance, when they redress the grievance into something you don't have to grieve about anymore. But that's not what they're doing. The public service agents, the public service employees employed by the federal government, acting within your state and county. They who? You never identified them. They identify themselves under 5 CFR 2635.102, the definitions, the definition of employee. It's letter H. They're identified as public service employee. They're supposed to act like them. We didn't fucking ask them to take the oath. They asked to take the oath. That's how it's not. That's how it's a honor service and not a slavery. That's how it's not slavery. That they fucking chose to do the oath. Yes, I know. I know, New Guru. They love when you believe the supposed to pretended. Oh, I know. Never seen proof that the body is acting as the person that holds the title. But Abraxas, we get this point. Please tell me where you're going with that so that we can move on to the fucking next step of that. That's what it would be awesome. Please tell us. They are who they tell you. Okay. But we already tried to ask them for their ID, but they didn't give it to us. But you have never seen the driver's license the body holds. Exactly, because they don't give you the driver's license that the body holds. Don't ask. Require. Oh, I know. Obligate is better than require. Obligate. Require is a request, but they're supposed to have obligations to do so. They're supposed to be obligated by law. It's more than a legal requirement. It's a lawful obligation. Okay, awesome that you did it, because then we have an example. That way people can fucking see that example and fucking do exactly how you did, which would be a great thing. But not all the situations work the same, but we could at least try to emulate whatever you did to do it. Abraxas. Courts were never supposed to be for anything other than disputes among the private people, or the private people versus the state or federal government and their agencies. Exactly. And the district attorneys were supposed to be for the people, so that when the state was bringing a claim against the people, the district attorney was supposed to represent the people against the state, and make it to where the people didn't have to show up in every court hearing. The founding fathers of the United States of America knew that if the people had to be in court cases all day, every day, that there would be no pursuit of happiness. So that's why they implemented the district attorney. But don't ask me. We're not even supposed to believe in that shit. We're just supposed to walk around the earth, and then when the fucking douchebags fucking tell you that they're going to bind, gag you, and medicate you for not showing up at their courtroom, we're supposed to just not even go to their court. We're supposed to just fucking live freely and expect that they don't touch us at all. Except that's not what is going to happen. They're going to fucking touch you, no matter what fucking driver's license you ask for, whatever identification you ask for. They're going to fucking touch us. When they fail to identify, they create their estoppel. Exactly. I first did a change of status, affidavit of change of status. Then I filed a motion for special appearance. And they accepted my motion of special appearance. I filed a motion of default. I gave them 15 days to prove probable cause, and they failed to prove probable cause within the 15 days, which was an estoppel. They dismissed the case, summary judgment. I did do an estoppel. That was for the battery upon a peace officer that they charged me with for my lawful reaction to their unlawful touch. If someone walks up to you and tells you they are your God, are you just going to believe them? Why would we do that, Abraxas? And I'm not being adverse to you. I'm just being like expressive. Okay? I'm overly annoyed by life in general. I've been depressed for the last 2 months, and I'm gonna find my way out of this in the oncoming months, one way or another. Trust me. Live free or die. Well, there ain't no freedom, motherfuckers. Do you get it? Do you get it? Live freely. Expect them to touch you, and get prepared for that. Until that happens, practice being the remedy. You will never get remedy going to your own enemies seeking justice. Exactly. But they already told me what they were going to do when they touched me, Abraxas. They were going to bind me, gag me, and medicate me. You know, when they strap you down to that chair, and they strap your wrists and your forearms down to the arms, and then they fucking strap your ankles down to the fucking bottom of the chair, and they strap your waist around the fucking back of the chair, and you can't even fucking move. You can like kind of struggle like this, like. Then they gag you with the spit hood, They put a spit hood on you so that nobody can see what they have in your mouth. You see what I'm saying? They put a spit hood over your head so that you're like this, and all you can do is go like this. And then all of a sudden they start injecting you with their ketamine. And once your fucking body is all ketamine 5 times over, they take you out of the chair and they put you on the floor. And then they act like they need to hold you down, put the handcuffs on you. They act like they have to kneel on you to hold you down. And you have ketamine in you, so your muscles are loose. You can't breathe in or out with the 250-pound pig kneeling on the back of your chest. Okay? So, yeah, we're going to live free. We're going to live free. Yeah, I know you're not offensive. Yeah, I know you're not offending me either, Braxis. You're just talking real, you know. You are allowing unidentified persons to move a public record against you adversely. Oh, sure, I'm allowing it. I've been the only individual fucking doing any filing any paperwork or anything. There's no ACLU. There's no fucking civil rights lawyer. There's no fucking anything in the United States. Not what I could see. You have not watched my channel, have you? Well, shit, I've watched your channel. I haven't seen anything new from you in like 5 years. Maybe that's my problem. I haven't watched it, and I haven't watched the new stuff, maybe. Hopefully there's new stuff. I'm going to go check and see if there's new stuff because I love your shit. Yep, I love your shit, Braxis.
Make sure you.
Let's see. I gotta find you a certain way because you can't just put in a Braxis. You have to. It brings up some Santana bullshit. Let's see. I have to go to like what. There was a specific video I had to go to, and then I had to pick on that video, and then look through the comment sections till I found your comment, and then I'd pick on your channel by that. I know what I am writing. Things will never change until folks get the courage to defend themselves, practice self-governance, and make no excuses to. Yeah, that's why New Guru. You know those Hill Bop guys that they all got the same pair of Nikes, and they all got the same pair of black jeans, and they all got the same black shirt, and then they all got the same purple like veiled covering, and then they all laid in their bunk bed, and they drank the Kool-Aid. They drank the electric Kool-Aid, and then they put the veil over themselves and drank the electric Kool-Aid, and they were supposed to go off and ride on the Hell Bop comet. That's exactly what you're talking about, New Guru. Things will never change until folks get the courage to defend themselves, practice self-governance, and make no excuses to put an attacker out of commission during an attack. Until then, lip service. Exactly. And just like when I didn't want to touch that fucking public service agent who was telling me he was going to stuff my camera up my ass, I want to try to go through this entire earth, this entire physical test without killing anybody. So basically, it says, things will never change until folks get the courage to defend themselves, practice self-governance, and make no excuses to put an attacker out of commission during an attack. Until then, lip service. Exactly. Say they come to try to grab me after they threaten to fucking bind me, gag me, and medicate me. And fucking, if they got me in their custody, I have to try to fight to the death. to not let them get me in their custody because I'm supposed to be a free man. I don't want to be in their custody. Let the record reflect. I would never want to be in their custody. So I would have to fight to my death to never let that happen. But where does that end? It ends at my death. So why do I have to fight to death? Why not just go to death? And none of my neighbors care. None of my neighbors give two fucks. There is no Josh Abrams. There's no Chili DeCastro. There is no John Felix. There's no Brian from Here's the Deal. There's no fucking MCC, Broken System, Broken Trust, freaking media. There's no San Joaquin Valley Transparency. There's no fucking High Desert Community Watch. There's no fucking Furry Potato, no fucking SGV. Riverside County Accountability is not anywhere to be seen. There's no fucking Harvey Freebird, no fucking Michael Eline, no CJ Grisham, no Craig Henry, no Lane Myers, no fucking Direct D. There's no fucking Long Island audit. There's no fucking Brooklyn audits. There's no fucking Geo. There's no fucking Armed Fishermen. There's no fucking, there's nobody. I could keep going on and on and on and on. Fucking for public safety is not coming to my fucking safety. I can tell you that. They are only public servants because you consent to it. I bet. Fuck. You must object and strike from the record court motions made by unidentified persons. Yeah. Those ant remedy practitioners. You know what I am writing, but you're not putting it together. You'll never find remedy, blah, blah. I can't read it until it comes up off of that stupid thing that's blocking the fucking thing. Somebody has to put in another comment, otherwise I can't read New Guru's last comment. You'll never find remedy practices in the sea of the distracted. Yeah. I am remedy. I do not practice especially law. Laugh out loud. Well, duh. Fuck. I can't wait till What's the Matter You comes up here so I can get on to talking about what we all wanted to talk about. Maybe I'll just cancel the live and we can talk backstage. You don't need anybody else. When they threatened me and they made me leave, there was nobody else in town. Not one other soul fucking protested my protest for the reasons I protested for, and there's nobody protesting for me. For all intents and purposes, they've isolated me. They've suppressed my evidence that could exonerate me, and there ain't one person asking about it. One other individual. Oh, you've been backstage? Okay. Hey, what's the matter, you? I don't know if I want to have a conversation on stage or behind stage now, you know? I can't hear you. You're muted. If you want, you could
sorry. There,
that's all
that should
right.
be better,
No
right?
problem. Huh?
You can hear me now, right?
Yeah.
Excellent. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. What's the matter, you?
So you're not sure whether you wanted to talk about this in public or in private first?
Yeah, well, I made the live directly to reflect upon the stuff that Michael Eli was talking about immigration.
Right.
And I have a little bit extras of what I want to talk about, and it has to deal with what Michael Eli is, where he came from, and who endorsed him.
Oh, right. Okay.
And now tonight, as you could see, he was endorsing Tom Homan, which is one of the piggiest pigs ever. And he had that other bar agent up on his thing trying to indoctrinate the people. You see that other
Yeah.
bar agent he had talking and going on and on?
Yeah. No, I didn't. Did I?
Yeah, he had white hair, he had a white beard, he was a
Right.
attorney,
Right. Yeah.
and he was
Right.
talking
Right.
about fucking he was talking about that judge that
Yeah.
basically the judge told an immigrant about their human rights, and so the fucking Nazi government is going to imprison the judge for aiding and abetting an illegal immigrant enabler.
Wow.
It's Nazi
They just
Germany
double
over and
down
over.
and
It's
triple
Nazi
down.
Germany over again.
Yeah, it is.
I wish I did, Abraxas. I wish I assumed and presumed the identity of these bodies, because the reason why I'm in the mix with the government that I am in out there in Knight County is because I don't fucking give a fuck about their authority. I don't assume them to be the identity that everybody else assumes them to be. And I give them no fucking leeway. I don't fucking kiss their ass. I tell them to fuck off. I call them criminals. So if criminal is the assumption and the presumption of the identity I have for them, then you're right. Maybe I am assuming and presuming the identity of them as criminals. This is their trick. But yeah,
it's hard to imagine how you can be someone who claims to believe in human rights as inherently, born to us at birth, given to us by God, and then somehow not want to apply that to all humans. I don't know. It seems like it's kind of a betrayal of that whole.
but it has to do with the borderline. That borderline makes it to where we're humans on this side of the border, but they're illegal aliens on that side.
Sounds absurd.
It does. But then they want to say, oh no, but if they come through the gate legally and go through all the documentation and get their proper slave documentation, then they can come into our corporate fiction as much as they want.
Right.
It's like
right.
the people that are already here, bro, don't want the fucking documentation and the identification.
Yeah.
So what the fuck are you talking about, Thomas Homan?
Yeah.
I don't want to be legal. You see what I'm saying? I want my lawful rights to travel and move freely upon the earth. The only fucking one I got.
Same thing with the voting ID. It's like, obviously I'm not pro-voting in the first place, but it's like the last thing we need is more IDs.
Exactly. Yeah, I know.
It can be done where it's fair, if you want to call it fair, one person, one vote. If that's what you believe in, that can be done without, special new IDs.
This is exactly the reason they're tricking everybody. They're tricking everybody into believing that they need a documentation, and everybody's fucking actually begging for it. They're fucking getting angry at other people about not having documentation.
It's just like the face diapers.
Yeah, it is. It's exactly like the face diapers. But nowadays, if you go wearing a face diaper into like the post office, then you're an asshole because you should be showing your face.
Right.
Have you seen those Impact Media videos?
I haven't, but I do know they passed some laws in, I think, New York now that you can't wear a face mask at a protest or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, they completely.
No, there's a law that you can't wear a face mask. Oh, man,
exactly.
Fuck. Wear it over your cock and balls, bro. You know?
Exactly.
tuck the strings up in your asshole and say, hey, it's a string bikini.
Yeah, I just, and I'm not trying to get down on Michael Eline, but I think that his understandable disdain for the Democrats has just begun to blind him to, what he's doing and what he's supporting.
He's everything. If it's not, it's the tall tale sign when everything that you don't like is Democrat and liberal. You know what I mean?
Right, and
It's
he's
like,
sitting there,
bro,
he's sitting there berating everybody. Stop doing the party thing, blah blah blah. But it's like, well, what are you doing? That's exactly what you're doing.
he hasn't come full circle yet, and on top of it, he's a Marine. He claims openly to be a Marine, so he's pretty proud of his military service. So basically, a service to not we the people like it was supposed to be. It's a service to the corporation
Corporate war
for their
machine,
greed.
exactly.
And then on top of it, he's so proud of it that he'll always be a proponent for that shit. You know what I mean?
Right, and I could see, I could see somebody not having a lot of shame where they felt like they were tricked, and this and that. But if you're gonna then continue to advocate, and he's got this whole audience of younger viewers that's showing up in his demographics, and it's just like, well, man, maybe it's time to start thinking about whether it's responsible or not to be pushing this hatred of one party. They're both just playing their role. It's WWE. That's like legitimately hating Hulk Hogan because you think that, or Macho Man Randy Savage or whatever. They're all just playing their parts.
Vince McMahon's your president. Macho Man Randy Savage is a good guy and a bad guy at times.
Yeah.
It's all the fucking same thing.
Yeah.
When you step into this arena, brother.
And I keep pointing out to him that, hey, I'm sure there's some of this idea of redistricting to get more, to rearrange the congressional seats and whatnot. But generally speaking, not at all about that. It's about setting it up so that now the new president, on the either Republican or Democrat, I suppose, but definitely any Republican could come in and basically double down on the police and the courts and the prison industrial complex and get away with it. When otherwise, if they just did that without this supposed illegals thing, no one would want to go for it. And now, once these people that they want to get rid of are all gone, of course they're going to turn it on us. Those new employees are all going to be under contract. Those prisons are built.
It's so telling when we're supposed to have a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and that these are supposed to be recognized as a human right, natural rights, inherent rights. But they want to call people illegal immigrant or illegal alien, which denotes by, like what Abraxas would say, tacit consent, that you must be a legal alien or a legal immigrant. Well, so basically, if you are in the United States of America's jurisdiction, like within their borders and boundaries, say you're living at the area they call California or Michigan, Wisconsin, or something like that, then you either have to claim that you're not an illegal alien, so you must be a regular alien, or if you're not an illegal immigrant, you must be a regular immigrant, right? Well, immigrant would imply that you're just there for a time, that you're just residing, that you don't have a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness on that piece of ground in that area. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Well, yeah, that's what follows from what they're pushing. Yeah.
That's one of the things I hate the most right now. I'm dying inside. I'm dying inside so bad that I don't know if this is really the life for me. I'm contemplating whether this is the life for me, because that area around the place, what I called home, they're calling it Nye County, Nevada. but
Right.
I rode my dirt bike in that area. I've rode horses in that area since I was a little boy. I walked in that area since I was a little boy. I grew up in them hills. I love that area so bad, and I can't even go back to that area right now because I'm not free to go or free to stay. I'm
Yeah.
wanted for their manufactured fucking bullshit, and it's all based on shit that's supposed to be my right. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
the thing about it is that they really fooled me. They really tricked me into thinking that I had rights and that I was supposed to protest when those rights became in jeopardy, and that they were
Right.
supposed to redress that protest to where I didn't have to protest no more. But instead, they just
criminalized
used
it.
that as a way to fucking
Criminalized you,
single me.
basically. Yeah.
Yeah. And I can't go to my mountains. I don't give a fuck about Nevada. I don't give a fuck about Nye County. I give a fuck about the land that I want to walk in the trees. You know, I fucking ate pine nuts every year. I fucking grew various plants. I fucking knew where the water sources were. I fucking knew a lot of shit about the desert, you know, in that area.
Yeah.
And I don't get to go back. I
know
can
you
go back.
mentioned-
I could go back right now, like Abraxas says. I could go back and I could just act like nothing was happening. But as soon as they saw me, they would come at me.
Right.
And then I would have to do something to not let them touch me.
Yeah. Yeah. Because once they did, I mean, you wouldn't be able to trust what would happen to you if you ended up in one of their jails.
No. I've already been threatened by the county 3 times.
Man.
Yeah.
Would they
So-
extradite you from another part of the U.S. to there, do you think?
They could, but the warrant specifically says Nevada law enforcement.
Okay.
The paper. It's in state. It's their misdemeanor. It's a misdemeanor warrant. It's not for like murdering. It's not a federal capital crime. I'm not wanted in California, Oregon, Idaho, Arizona, Utah, Wyoming. I'm wanted in Nevada, and the warrant specifically says Nevada law enforcement. So basically, California law enforcement doesn't have an authority. The warrant doesn't grant California law enforcement the authority to put their fucking hands on me. So while, yes, they could put their hands on me for the warrant, they would be violating my rights, right?
Right.
You know, so that'd be another fucking thing I had to argue about. What's the matter, you? That they
Yeah.
don't recognize or give a fuck about.
Yeah, it just never ends.
Some seem to have rights at times, while others don't. It's your personal choice to whichever you wish to believe. Yeah, in the United States, if you're all you have to be as a human being, supposedly for the corporation to afford you equal protection under the law, upholding your rights, privileges, and immunities just for being a human. That is supposed to be above creed, nationality, color, race, sex, origin. Not the government's supposed to uphold these things. That was the premise of the United States of America. Even if shit, hey, maybe we might not even have them. Maybe they are all just privileges. But they are
Turns out-
supposed to be the ones that are upholding our rights, privileges, and immunities merely for being human. Equal protection under the law.
It's
We're
what the
supposed to-
primary reason that they were created for. That their primary directive, their goal, the thing that they're supposed to be discarded if they don't do it.
Yeah, matrix transparency brings up important topic. The line between rights and privileges is blurred for people because some seem to have rights at times while others don't. It's your personal choice to which you wish to believe. And, you know, and that's like what Michael Eline's doing. He's choosing to see rights for himself. But if you're brown and from Honduras, you don't have rights.
Right.
But then he flops and he says, no, they have rights as human beings, but you know what I mean?
Right. As if God's at all constrained by which humans, so which human countries make which rules or whatever, as if that would ever, alter whether or not we have inherent rights.
I don't provide a driver's license, Abraxas. I don't have a driver's license to provide. I told them straight to their face, I'm not a citizen in their court.
I'm trying to decide what to do because I get my license back now after 15 years suspension if I wanted to get it. Now the pressure is coming from because I'm having to take care of my mother and my sister now. She's so elderly, and my sister's always needed full-time care, and so she really wants me to get this driver's license just because she's worried about possible consequences if I'm doing work for them or carrying them or driving them around somewhere or whatever. But I really don't want to do it.
You know, you go to take your handicap individual to a doctor appointment, and you get pulled over on the way there for not having the proper tags and plates. And all of a sudden, the person with handicap issues is not making it to their doctor appointment. They're off on the side of the road, fucking calling somebody about a different ride. And what you were doing didn't even rise far above a fucking substantial evil. All you were doing was traveling down the street, and some asshole came and said, you don't have Donald Trump on your license plate, to jail with you.
Right. And I would always have insurance just for my own safety, so that I feel like that covers pretty much any kind of harm that I could do someone else potentially.
Sorry, I didn't comprehend that. You had what?
I said I would always have insurance no matter what, just for my own safety and to cover any damage that I might accidentally do somebody.
The problem with insurance is it's not assurance. If it was assurance, I would have it, because it's a private contract between you and a private carrier. But it's not assurance. That's why I don't subscribe to insurance, because whether you could have Donald Trump could be paying for your insurance. He could be paying fucking $1 million a year for your insurance, and if something happened to you, they're not going to bring your ass back if you died. You know what I mean?
Right.
My sister, somebody, this guy Ender, this dude Ender on the internet, he's a real vile piece of shit. He got my name. He got the legal name off of the county paperwork and the stuff that has to do with my case. And he tries to talk to me like in a personal way. Like, it's not private, but it's in a personal way. He tries to be like, tries to say things. But I told this story once on a live, like I'm just about to tell you again. My big sister, she was driving to work using her car, and she got in a single car rollover on the long Nevada highway, and basically hit her head on the ground so hard, or on the car so hard that her skull got crushed and all the fluids filled her skin cavity. You know what I mean? Everything excreted out of the skull into her skin. Basically turning her head into like a big water balloon.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. And then they told us that they didn't, that we wouldn't want to have seen her like that. So they didn't let us identify her body before they took her body away and cremated it, giving us back ashes that we don't even know if those were our sister's ashes.
They seem to be doing that a lot. I'm not 100% sure what that's about.
Well, especially if they cremate your loved one, they can just give you back somebody else's loved one and be like, yeah, those are your loved one's ashes. And then all these people are running around with these urns and shit. Yeah, that's my dad. Well, that's my sister. That's my brother. It's
sadly,
like, that ain't your brother, that ain't your sister, motherfucker. Holy shit, man. Fucking live in the now. They don't give a fuck about us or our dead.
they mix the bodies together when they cremate them too. So there's no way that you're like, they never do it in such a manner that it's just one body being burned up and you would be able to collect the ashes and have that be your loved one in there. That just doesn't happen. They burn them in groups.
Yeah, they burn them in the same furnace that they burned everybody else in.
Exactly.
There's no way to fucking not be have a portion of their ashes in your ashes.
Right.
Abraxas, for that
Yeah,
matter,
exactly.
lowercase isn't English either. Nothing's English. There isn't even a such thing as English. The only thing that you fucking think is English is because you believe it. Exactly what you're trying to fucking say. All caps text is not English. Well, fucking regular caps text is not English. There is no fucking English.
Well,
And yes, definitions do matter. They
What's
matter.
the distinction on that?
They who? It's like, who the fuck do you think we're talking about? Sorry, Abraxas. Don't mean to sound harsh.
It seems like with Michael Egeline too, it's, I don't know, it doesn't seem like it's, if you could encounter an argument and you can't overcome that argument, you kind of have to change your web of beliefs, but
Yeah, you would think.
I don't see that happening a lot with him, and I don't know. But yeah, it's very difficult to reconcile the idea of others not having human rights, Americans only having human rights.
Before I met Chili DeCastro, shit, I fired every single fucking public agent that they tried to force onto me. They would say, you have to have a public defender. No, I don't. They say, oh, well, this guy here is your new public defender. He's fired. You know what I mean? Is basically how I would treat them, right? And then they'd be like, you can't fire him. And I'd be like, no, he's fired. I'd be like fucking blah, 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 talking over the fuck. You know what I mean? They'd be like, we're going to hold you in contempt. Blah, blah, fuck your contempt, blah, blah. That's how I acted, right?
Yeah.
Well,
I wish I would have. Mine was working for the state.
They tried to put 2 felonies prior to this court case. They tried to put 2 felonies on me in Nye County, Nevada. I beat those 2, but plus they tried to do a bunch of shit to me ever since I was a little boy. Like I said, the first time I was arrested in the county was I was like 12 or 13 years old, 96 or 97, for freedom of speech. I made up a little jingle. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me a match so I can burn Mr. Burns, right? Because his name Burns rhymes with burn,
Right.
I had no intentions. I was a 12-year-old, 13-year-old boy. Fucking, I had no fuel. I had no fire. I had no matches.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they thought that there was intent there, and they thought that there was fucking exigent circumstance there. I had to have, right? Because they charged me with a crime, threatening,
Exigent circumstances.
Yeah, well,
there's no such thing as exigent circumstances or privileges or any of this nonsense in the Bill of Rights or the Constitution.
Yeah. I for one think that exigent circumstances are a thing in matter. I would say yes, because if you threatened to stuff my camera up my ass and I was in LA and you were in New York, I'd be like, oh, good one, buddy. Good luck with that one. You know what I mean? But if you're standing right in front of me and I'm holding a camera and you're telling me you're going to stuff my camera up my ass, yes, I'm going to stop you before you even fucking try.
Yes, and I also agree that there is a real thing, a real phenomenon in the world that that the idea represents, and I think that in the past or in a more sane world, obviously people we wouldn't even need to. It's just kind of common sense things, like if you hear somebody screaming on the other side of the door, help me, you know, you would think no one's going to get down on someone for going in to help. This is the problem with having a standing army and these police. If we were all armed ourselves and we handled things ourselves, that's not the kind of situation where we would be disputing whether someone had exigent circumstances or not. But when you have this standing army, that complicates things, and then they're going to use things like exigent circumstances as just an excuse to violate people's rights. What most people don't even realize is, the founders, they didn't even want to have anything like police not where they're around watching us and constantly, hall monitors that are forever watching us, and basically, here, I'm gonna get rid of my cam because I got to come down here and
You
clean
have a
up a
good
little
night
bit
too,
down here.
Abraxas.
But yeah,
Sorry about
so
that.
they're not even supposed to be scrutinizing us without a warrant. So even something like patrolling is a total 4A violation.
Under the set assumption and presumption, every single buddy in the United States that stays in the United States is tacitly consenting to the United States. Under the set assumptions and presumptions, anybody that fucking after hearing that they were deporting illegal aliens as opposed to regular aliens is tacitly consenting to be a regular alien.
Right.
All of this shit matters,
Absolutely.
So basically, if you don't want to consent under these set standards, I don't give a shit where you love. I don't give a shit what you call your home. I don't give a shit what country you think you're so proud of. Leave it. Otherwise, you tacitly consent to it. Under those sets of standards.
Leave it at the
That's
very
why
least.
that's why sometimes I get frustrated because we can't just stop at we can't just stop at that shit. We can't just stop, like Abraxas says, get their identification. Well, we can't just stop at getting their identification. We need to go farther than that. We need to just not even exist around them or their perceived authority or anything else. We need to get the fuck out of there. If we don't like it, we need to leave. But I don't see anybody in the United States leaving. I see them all staying, trying to fight for these things called rights and trying to fucking make an excuse as to why they should be able to live there freely.
Yeah, I mean, where are you going to go, though?
Anywhere but there, obviously.
Because if that's true that it's a principled matter, anywhere that you're going, there's going to be similar issues.
Yeah, there may be similar issues. There may be similar but different issues that, but all the same, there may be somebody there trying to say that they're the authority of here, and you have to do as we say.
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure that if you went to Antarctica without telling any government, and some government's expedition found you living out there, they would come upon you and force you into their car or force you to do as they said to do with the Antarctica and not what you would want to do with Antarctica.
Yeah, it's sad that way. There's really nowhere that you could go that somebody wouldn't do that. But
there is a place where you can go where nobody can stop you. You put on the black Nikes, you put on the black pants, you put on the black shirt, you put the fucking purple robe over the top of your body, and you drink the electric Kool-Aid.
Right.
Now you're not consenting to anybody. Only God is your sovereign at that point. The way it should be, right?
Well, I don't know. It depends on what kind of God you believe in, because it's a lot of the religions that would be the big S word, and that would be a sin.
Yeah, that would be a sin, right? But
That's how they. That's how they
but what
see
I
it.
take from some of these other guys up here on the chat is that I need to not worry about their authority, not perceive it at all, live my life as if I was free. And when they come around to try to put their hands on me, I should stop them from putting their hands on me by any means necessary.
Well, ideally, you would be able to,
But then they would kill me, right?
right.
So basically, is that what I put a gun in my hand and I hold it up and then they shoot me to death before
I
I
see
even
what
pull
you're
the
saying.
trigger?
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
What do they call that?
but so S by cop or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah, I see. And I mean, if the intent is there, then it's the same whether you do it one way or the other. It's
So either way, if I live
not hiding
freely,
your.
what's the matter with you? I'm just trying to live freely, bro. Just living freely. What, God's going to tell me I committed suicide because I lived freely? I'm
Right.
just living freely.
I guess there's really nowhere you can go, or that you're not going to fall into that trap.
Now, if I had like 20 Americans that were fucking cool as shit, and they all fucking was like, oh, hell no. His ass didn't do fucking nothing wrong. He's got the fucking paperwork to prove and the documentation to prove that this motherfucker was harassing him for like since 2010, as far as documentations can prove. And you motherfuckers need to stop. He called your public service agent a cocksucking bitch ass boy in public, and you guys charged him with stalking.
But everybody's apathetic, and it's like they're all walking around knowing that it can happen to them, yet they just want to try to keep their head down and hope that it doesn't happen to them.
Yeah, but they think that if they exercise their rights in a way, in such a way that if they get their rights violated, they'll just file a lawsuit. You know,
Good luck with that. Yeah, exactly.
it happens all the time all across America. Like Michigan Constitutional Crusader, the first time he was arrested on camera, the cop said he thought he turned off Michigan Constitutional Crusader's video,
Right.
and he says, "Fuck your rights." And
Oh,
Michigan
wow.
Constitutional Crusaders video caught that. And fucking
Wow.
within the week, fucking Michigan Constitutional Crusaders charges were dismissed and he was free to go. But for some
Wow.
reason, that doesn't happen to me. And the reason why he got his charges dismissed is because when everybody that saw that video by Michigan Constitutional Crusader, when his ass got told, fuck your rights, thousands and thousands of people called in. And they were like, oh, fuck, the phone's like blowing up. And then they dismissed it as his case. You see what I'm saying?
Right. It makes a difference. Yeah. Would they?
But where are those people at for me? I got the same rights. I got the video where the fucking Jim Baker's flipping me off saying, there's your rights. But nobody's calling in about me. Nobody's taking the time.
Having a similar difficulty.
Who is?
Mr. Bones. And he's kind of just saying the same thing. He's like, well, where's Team MPE? Where's the support that
One second, please. I think somebody's at my door, my friend. I have to go answer real quick. I'll be right back, okay?
Okay. Yeah. So if anyone out there is listening still, I should look over here and I can probably look at the chat. But as far as the case law thing, that's kind of my passion. So I'm going to talk about that for a second while he's gone. It's not the case that our system was set up with this flaw where if the wrong judges ended up in power, that we would, that this was always a danger that the wrong judges could end up in power, and we could have judges come in that make holdings or rulings that completely upend the supreme law of the land, which under Article 6 includes the Constitution and the Bill of Rights within it, as well as the Declaration of Independence. And those three are supposed to trump all laws, codes, statutes, policies, behaviors. It says, list basically anything that is in conflict with any of those documents is nullified, null and void. And so it's not the case that that it was always that the wrong people in becoming judges could just upend our whole system and or alter the meaning of our human rights. That's just not true. But a lot of people seem to be under that impression. But the fact is that judges and servants at every level, they take an oath to follow the clear language of the Constitution, Bill of Rights, and Declaration of Independence, not to follow and uphold the ideas of the blatantly unconstitutional ideas of some past or higher court judge. Oh, I thought he came back. And so, yeah, it's just, yes, they've had common law in Britain and, Great Britain and England and other European places for a long time, but we didn't have that here because we have enumerated rights. So we don't need common law, and all that common law can do is interfere with or is undermine our rights. With enumerated rights, you don't need common law. You only need that when you have a lack of enumerated rights like that are not recognized. So we've got Terry versus Ohio, for example, and even worse, far worse than Terry versus Ohio is plain view doctrine. That's as far as I can tell so far, plain view doctrine is the worst, most tyrannical, detrimental, one of these kind of unlawful, unconstitutional policies. But judicial overreach, legislation from the bench, it's unlawful, unconstitutional. But out of all of those, whether you're talking about Terry versus Ohio or qualified immunity or any of these various other tyrannies that they've managed to go around having to legislate using unlawful case law, out of all of them, it's plain view doctrine it's just the worst by far, because if under the Fourth Amendment we have the human right not to be seized or even scrutinized without a warrant, then it makes no sense the idea that if the cops have a warrant, a proper one, meaning it's a magistrate, signed by a magistrate and backed by a victim's sworn statement, and then when they're executing that warrant, if anything that they see that's not specified in the warrant, they essentially have to ignore it. It makes no flipping sense whatsoever that if they're out patrolling or they're on a call or for whatever reason without a warrant at all, that suddenly everything that they see is just fair game. That makes no sense. So you're skipping the warrant requirement, and then the warrant requirement has the caveat of, anything that's not specified in it is not fair game. But it's like, then boom, they're operating, unlawfully in the first place without a warrant. Now everything is fair game. Are you back there?
Yeah, I'm back. I was trying to get my everything prepared right now. One of my friends just showed up. He doesn't speak English, so basically I'm just trying to mood up so we can talk a little bit in Spanish, and then I come back.
Okay, I'll just keep chatting while you're doing that then.
Okay, yeah, you're pointing out a very important thing about this, the officer safety bullshit.
Right, officer safety is another one of these. I was talking about how any code, statute, law, policy, behavior, those are all listed. It's basically anything that's in conflict with the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, or the Declaration of Independence is supposed to be nullified under the Supremacy Clause. People take the Supremacy Clause in the wrong way. It doesn't say that federal law always trumps state laws or any other laws. It says that the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence always trumps anything else. So it's not true that federal law is intended to always trump state law or any other law. For example, if states want to legalize certain chemicals or whatever. It's just not true under at least not constitutionally, that automatically the federal law would trump the state law. And of course, the entire war on drugs is treason under the Constitution. It's also a violation of your First and Ninth Amendments at the very least. And then also, its execution is blatantly violative of Fourth, First, Sixth, Fifth, most amendments. The way that between seizures and BS dog searches and all this. But anyways, yeah. So the tyranny that basically they've done this workaround instead of having to legislate undermining the Bill of Rights and whatnot. They've just used this whole case law nonsense to put these judges' ideas above those documents, so that they don't have to blatantly legislate something that undermines them. And so we get qualified immunity. Plain view doctrine I was talking about, that's actually really the most detrimental to justice in this country, and more at the root of the prison industrial complex and police tyranny. The police, almost everything that the police do these days is a crime, because costumes, all men are created equal. That was specifically intended to deny the idea that anybody, whether it be a sovereign, somebody claiming to be a sovereign over others, or a sheriff or a judge or anyone, that they would have the right that they would be able to claim special rights to commit crimes against people with impunity. That's what all men created equal is. It refers to under the law. It's not some kooky idea that we're all born the same height or the same intelligence level or the same circumstances or whatever. No, it means under the law. And it means that no, costumes do not grant special rights. So virtually everything the police do today, unless it's backed by a warrant that's signed by a magistrate and backed by a victim statement, it's a crime.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
Yeah, they're committing crimes every day, thinking that their legal policies allow them to.
Right, and then they take things like plain view doctrine and say, oh, well, it's all fair game. Whatever we see, we can prosecute you for, when they're supposed to have a warrant in the first place. And if something's not on the warrant that they see, it's not. They have to ignore it. It's not admissible. But yet, if they're operating completely illegally in the first place without a warrant, then all of a sudden anything they see is just fair game. And all that does is make it so that they're constantly looking. They show up to supposedly help somebody who's called them for help, and they're not even really interested in that. They're looking around the person's house, or the person's, on the person. They're looking for something to arrest them on.
Mm-hmm.
It's just all screwy.
It amounts to no freedom and no nothing in the United States of America.
It's everything the founders did not want. But people are so scared. They're like, well, if we didn't have police, it would. Well, first of all, if we didn't have infringement of our human rights, Second Amendment human rights, and everybody, or not everybody, but a good majority of people were armed, and we're meant to take care of ourselves to a certain degree within our communities and our families.
It's cool because I was saying that my teacher was named Mr. Burns, but that's actually my mom's maiden name too, Burns, right?
Right.
So, we're from the Burns clan in Ireland, from the Wicklow area, originally Kildare and then Wicklow. But the funny thing is that when the English were invading Ireland back in it actually took place for many years. I mean, it's still taking place to this day, but I'm just saying that this time was during the 1500s, and my ancient ancestor or whatever, I say ancient ancestor, but it was only 1500s. So the ancestor was born sometime like 1547, and was drawn and quartered in 1598. So he basically lived 40 or 50 years. He was a king. He was a pretty cool person. But this last battle that he fought was a battle that took place at this place called Carlo. And there's a song called "Follow Me Up to Carlo" about this happening. It basically there was a English Pale that covered Ireland. They called it the
Sorry
Pale.
about that.
It was basically a big old blotch of land that the English took rule over. And the families in Ireland were fighting back against the English rule. They were forced at times to take up contracts with the English. Like they basically had to surrender to the English for leniency so that they didn't get their guts removed.
Right.
But based on this last war, well, this last battle, I should say, not war, but this last battle, he was going to go to Carlo by himself. So he started walking towards Carlo, and people thought that nobody was going to join him. But it turned out that something like 300 or 150 something men decided to pick up their swords and follow him to Carlo.
Awesome.
And they went there, and they had the battle with the English. It was said that they chopped off Prince William's head, but William was actually this like baron or something. He was a landowner. He was an English landowner in Ireland. You know, like
Right.
he basically was. England was calling Ireland England, and he was a landowner in Ireland, but it was actually England. It's
So
confusing.
what happened? They let him go.
The song says that they chopped off William's head and sent it back to Queen Elizabeth in a box. But what happened was they took his wife, took custody of his wife, and she basically, for leniency, rolled on him and his two sons.
Oh, wow.
And they found they were going to burn her at the stake, but she got spared for turning over him and his sons, and basically they drawn and quartered him, and they what I'm trying to say, the moral of the story is that they'd been drawing and quartering Irishmen for treason, for standing up for Ireland
Right.
against English rule.
Right. And you've always got just a few people who are the initial rebels, and the rest of the population is against them and in favor of the oppressors, basically, until they do the hard work and take the consequences. And then, once that door is open, then you've got the timid people will join in, and all of a
The
sudden,
timid people are only going to join when everything's easy. They're not going to join during the hard times. They're only going to join during the favorable times. You'll have the most heroic join during the hard times, but for the majority of the timid, they'll be not joining. So they'll be basically rolling on you, not because they're scared to. It's like
condemning you. Yeah.
They don't.
You got muted there.
Oh, sorry.
Or is it on my end? I think you got muted all of a
No, it
sudden.
was on my end. I was I was trying. Somebody's trying to call me, but there's supposed to be somebody that loves me very much, and they're supposed to be subscribed to my YouTube channel. And if they were even given a fuck, they would see that I was live, and maybe they could even come talk to me on the live in the chat. But They don't know how to do any of that, obviously.
It's possible they didn't get notified as well.
Yeah, they probably didn't get notified. You have to be looking for your notification. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like you have to go to the YouTube, and then you have to look in the notifications, and then maybe you see the notification. Maybe they didn't put the notification in the notification spot like a lot of people are getting done. You know?
Yeah. I mean, sometimes even in my list, because I do go to my list because I know that they're going to skip a lot of them, so that I can maybe catch ones that I didn't get an actual message to my phone or whatever. But nonetheless, even a lot of times, especially with lives, they won't even be in the list until after it's over and then the live has been posted as a video, at which point that'll be in there.
Yeah, if I was this person and the person, like if I was trying to call them and they were the ones that were the protesters that had the YouTube channel that was often on YouTube trying to seek rights and have discussions about all this stuff, then, oh, they're not answering their phone. I'll go and check YouTube to see if they might be live, but that's not ringing a bell to them. It's funny because like my family understood why I was protesting. They understood what was going on to cause me to protest. They watched me protest. They watched me get arrested for protest. Hey, good to see you, Crystal. And nobody followed in my protest footsteps. Which I don't blame them. Look what's happening to me. But that's why what Knight County is doing to me is called a slap suit. It's they're silencing my public participation. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I mean, and that they do that on purpose. They want to make sure and set an example.
Yeah. So everybody in my town, they know that I'm the protester, and a lot of the people in my town come to me when they have problems with the county to see if there's anything I could come up with to do about it. And the thing is yeah. So basically, they threatened the bravest one out of the county or out of the area. So it's not that everybody out there doesn't know about rights and freedoms and think that they have them and want to exercise them or not, but it's just that some are just very scared because what will they do? They'll grab you. They'll put you in their jails. You see what I'm saying?
Right. And soon, they're trying to impoverish us all and put us into a place where, well, we're going to have universal income and et cetera, et cetera. And they're just going to take that away if you're saying things and doing things they don't like.
Yeah.
People don't realize that once people have accepted that, then you're under their control because they'll be able to just shut your bank debt account down or not make your payment that month, whatever. Yeah. Kind of passive aggressive control.
I was going to say something about why I was telling you about the 1500s and everything is because it actually happened to a member of my family under written documentation from the 1500s that he got drawn and quartered for being suspected of treason. Okay.
Yeah.
So they asked him to court where they presumed him guilty before he even got there, and they caught him in the mountains and forced him to appear. And then they drawn and quartered him for being a suspect. And that was 1500s. So basically, from 1500s to 1700s, that's only 200 years. So during those 200 years, many Englishmen got together and talked about there has to be a better way. We can't just keep on getting drawn and quartered just for being suspects.
Right.
We have to establish a rule of law, and it's not a rule of law. It was never meant to be a rule of law against people. It was supposed to be a rule of law against those calling themselves government.
Yeah.
And there was supposed to be a set standard so that they couldn't just draw and quarter people for being suspects. And that's where all this rule of law talk comes from. That's where all this the decisions made towards the rule of law comes from. It comes from 200 years at least of discussions about what was a better way. And we know that we shouldn't have to live under the rule of law. Crystal, will you put another comment in there, maybe a heart or anything? Just type a period mark, and then push enter so that I can read New Guru's last comment. I can't read it because there's this share your referral link thing that covers up the bottom comment.
That's blocking my view too.
Yeah, it's blocking my bottom view. Oh, thank you, William L. Thank you, Crystal. Rule of law is rule of man. Just another scam. Yes. And when we talk about we know it's a scam and we would rather live without it, New Guru. But there was, in written history, like if hindsight was 2020, you know what I mean? Or hindsight is 2020. Back in 1500 through 1700, they were under English rule, and they were looking for a better way. They were looking for a way out, and they wrote the Declaration of Independence and Constitution based on the Magna Carta, which was a human document. It was based on human rights.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is it if it was upheld the way it's supposed to be upheld, it would be true anarchy, where the people are the sovereign,
right,
and the people are the free, and they're free to do anything they want except for harm others.
Right.
True anarchy.
Right.
Okay.
That's basically what the founders envisioned for us.
Exactly. That's why a true constitutional republic is true anarchy for we the people. But New Guru, which is understandably, I'm not saying that it's wrong, and I'm not saying New Guru is wrong, but he told me one time, oh, so you want public servants? And it's like, well, that's the way that that was the framework of the country, the nation. It's
Right.
like, oh, so you want to rule over somebody, but you don't want to be ruled over, huh? And I tried to tell him, well, no, they're honorably swearing to an oath to volunteer themselves for life in upholding other people's rights and making sure that those rights are upheld. And then, but he's like, oh, but they're servants, huh? And what he's saying is freaking totally true. Yeah, no, if we don't want to be servants ourselves, then we shouldn't want servitude for others.
Well, yes and no, because there are basically people at some point get together and say, look, it's advantageous to us to all chip in and have somebody specialize in X, Y, or Z.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the thing about it is they decided for over 200 years what's a better way, and they had like several different authors. They had Jean-Jacques Rousseau, John Locke, Thomas Hobbes, fucking a couple other dudes. Yeah, Montesquieu. They were all philosophizing and rewriting the rule of law. Like they were writing and then rewriting the rule of law several different times within basically from 1492 all the way to 1776.
Well, yeah.
Okay, they were trying to rewrite the English rule into a better form of government. And they're trying to call it a more perfect form of government. Hold
That's a
on,
good way to put it.
you have rights, cops. I do. Is you're parroting someone else's writing history. And no, it wouldn't be true anarchy. Look deeper, much deeper. Those founders were slave owners. It's all a scam. Yeah, more than just the founders were slave owners. Basically, everybody was a slave owner back then.
Right,
Even the
and no-
slaves had slaves.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
what are you looking for? Perfection? I mean, they
there was
nonetheless,
servants among servants.
yeah, they nonetheless put together something that in its essence is quite brilliant.
Yeah,
Especially
it is. Well,
compared to anything else that's been attempted.
if we lived in the same neighborhood, what's the matter, you? And there was no rule of law, and I saw some fucking cold son of a bitch come up and slap you like every single day, demanding your lunch money. It's just in my nature to come across the street and stop their fucking ass.
Right.
Okay. So if there is no fucking cops, if I'm in your neighborhood and somebody's doing that to you and I know about it, I'm gonna fucking stop them.
Right.
One way or another, or die trying.
And people aren't going to do that kind of thing nearly as often if you in a situation like that where you, like I said, you've got a good chunk of percentage of people are armed and ready to defend their neighborhoods, themselves, their neighbors.
When I realized that nobody's stepping up to the plate to defend you, and I'm the only one that was willing, time and time again. I've been over to your house to stop that guy from fucking scruffing you up for your lunch money several times now, and I'm frankly getting tired. My face was battered up yesterday from fighting the son of a bitch. I need a couple more people to step in and help you, but I can't find anybody.
Right.
So that's why fucking, only the honorable would ever step in to help in a situation like that, and put their lives on the line. Unless you start paying a son of a bitch, and then all of a sudden they start doing everything for money and nothing for honor. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Very tricky.
the thing about it is that fucking, so now I have to go into this thing. I have to say, okay, 5 other people aren't stepping up to the plate to help me help him. So I need to do more than just get in a fist fight with what's the matter you's attacker every day. I need tomorrow to go, and if he attacks what's the matter you one more time, I need to go and put that guy's life out. But so now I'm asking the whole community to approve of me putting the guy's life out just because he's roughing up one member of the community.
Right.
So I need some sort of a grasp of authority. You see what I'm saying? I need the people to realize that what's the matter you is getting roughed up for his lunch money every single day by this POS. And I've been over there time and time again, and all we do is keep on beating on each other day after day, but he keeps coming, rough up, what's the matter you?
Yeah.
So basically, I have to ask the community, hey, you know what? I'm tired of getting roughed up. I'm getting a ham sandwich every time I'm there to stop him from doing what's the matter you like that. So tomorrow, I plan on putting that guy's life out. And then, so basically, if 5 guys aren't going to help me, I have to exhort to more of an extreme measure to even the field. I'm not going to sit there and take a beating every time I'm trying to correct a wrong. So I'm going to end this beating. I'm going to end this wrong. And basically, these are some of the simplest concepts of why I swore to the oath. I swore. I stood before public and God, and I told them that I swear to uphold and defend you people. So help me God, which means to the death.
Right, and then in return,
And I plan on giving you guys this service, whether you pay me, whether you don't pay me, whether you try to stop me, whether you try to help me. I plan on performing this. And the only thing that can stop me is if I'm further myself taking advantage of this perceived authority. You see what I'm saying?
yeah,
So now if I'm caught taking advantage of the perceived authority that I've taken myself, that I've oathed myself to, then I should be stopped
right.
by somebody else. These are the bases of why we formulated a rule of law and don't just leave our neighbors high and dry.
Right.
But yeah, I understand totally where New Guru's coming from. It would be very awesome to live in a utopia. And that's what they always say. They always call it a utopia when somebody's trying to talk about a better way. It's like, what, a better way has to be called a utopia? Why can't it just be called a better way?
Right.
You know?
Because there is no new utopia.
Yeah, there is no utopia. There never
And
will
even
be
if
a
you have what
utopia.
you think is utopia, we know, or we're pretty confident from studies of both humans and animals that in those type of situations, everything devolves into chaos and murder, and we can't handle it as animals. Our systems cannot handle that.
Exactly, the tribe. Some things are too profitable to cure.
Oh yeah, they want us. This is what the problem has become with where capitalism has gone. We've allowed them to break certain rules, so now you've got the same people that owns the food industry, owns the health industry, owns the pharmaceutical industry, et cetera, et cetera. And so it's a bad business model for people to be healthy. And so they're using all these different tools to make us all sick and unwell. So that because it's more profitable.
When I around the start of Chile getting big and creating the channel into delete laws, there was a guy on there writing hella good paperwork. So I reached out to him and was wondering if he could write some paperwork up for me.
Right.
But it turned out the guy gave me like some of the worst advice I ever agreed to in the last 40 years of my life. He told me to take the public defender, use the public defender as free counsel, and if the public defender does not properly defend, we can use that as an appealable issue, right?
Right. That didn't work out, huh?
No, it didn't work out at all. Once I agreed to a public defender, hoping that the end of the case would come soon and I would be able to appeal the case and move on to appeals with the public defender as the appealable issue, because we all know that public defenders don't defend.
Right.
That part never happened. What's the matter, you? The public defender declared power of attorney. Would not let me speak. Was granting the court continuances for me, depriving me of my right to speedy trial.
That's exactly what mine did.
And even started taking continuances for herself for her own Jewish holidays.
Yeah. Oh man.
And she had to go to Ramadan.
People don't realize that these people are under the impression, or whether it's true or not, that they actually have an equal obligation to the court as they do to their clients.
Yeah, no. When the very first time I met this lady, I went up to her, started talking to her. We sat down at a bench in the courthouse. I asked her what her assumptions and presumptions were. First question I asked. And she came up with some bogus ass. She tried to say she has no assumptions and presumptions, which was highly telling
Disturbing, yeah.
that she was lying off the bat, right?
Yeah.
And then I told her that I asked her if she had her ethical acknowledgement form on file because she was a public service agent. And she said that she wasn't a public service agent. And I said, what do you mean you're not a public service agent? You're a county public defender.
Yeah, she's the
And
ultimate.
she said that she was a attorney for a private law firm contracted by the county to work on my case specifically. And it even
was that Clackamas?
huh?
Or I'm sorry, no, never mind. That's a different. Yeah, I got. Sorry, brain
Yeah.
fart.
Well, the thing about it is that there's a provision for contracted agents. They're called special government agents because they're contracted for over 1 day, but not more than 364 days.
Okay.
That's what makes a contracted agent.
Okay.
Because they're not a full-time employee, right? They're just they're a contracted agent for over a day, but not more than 364 days. Otherwise, it's not a contract. It's more than a fucking contract if it's more than 365 days. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's
Yeah,
a pure
that makes sense.
employment. That's an employment, not a special employment. A contracted
Right.
agent would be a special employment. It wouldn't be a regular employment, is what I'm trying to say. But these are their provisions, not mine. I didn't come up with this shit. They did. It's in their writings.
Right.
So she
And when I
tells me
say
that
it
she's
makes
not.
sense, I mean,
She tells me
when
that
I say
she's
it
not
makes
a.
sense, I just mean I can see why they would use that.
Yeah. It's so that they're supposed to have a definition of who's an employee, so that you're able to know, because definitions matter, like several people have been saying in the comment section. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
And so I asked her for her ethics acknowledgement form. Second question. First question is what positions and assumptions does she have? Second question I asked her was for her ethics acknowledgement form on file. And she said that she doesn't have to have one of those because she's not a public service agent.
Did she know what you were talking about, or did she just kind of draw a blank on that altogether?
No, she didn't know what I was talking about.
Interesting.
She denied that she needed one because she was denying that she was a public service agent at all.
Right.
Okay. And that was when I bing bang boom, that's not a fair and meaningful process. I'm not getting a fair and meaningful process. There's no due process here. So
Right.
this is after the first two questions I ever even asked the lady. And then it turns out she tries to take power of attorney over me. She tries to sign me over to the competency doctor. She tries to force. She basically got up from that meeting with me. She got up from the bench, and instead of walking into the courtroom through the doors like I would have to with me, she went with the district attorney into the court clerk's office and into the court through the back of the court.
Wow.
So basically proving that she was more the district attorney's agent than mine.
Yeah, absolutely.
So basically I immediately protested her presence, and they basically told me that they basically ignored everything that I had to say. They basically ignored me.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that. It's like, what? You're not doing the law?
Yeah. So basically now I took the advice of this guy that basically I met through Chile. And it turned out to be some of the worst advice I met or I ever had. Right?
Right.
And then then several months to years down the road, Chile introduces us to Michael Eline, you know, and Chile's all gung ho for attorneys this, attorneys that. And then now we're subject to people like Michael Eline. And while Michael Eline is a good human being, he's totally twisted by these policies. He even agrees to be a bar agent.
Yeah.
So the thing about that is that just like tonight, he was promoting other bar agents, talking about legal stuff, but not lawful stuff, right?
Yes.
Because what they were saying was totally with legal policy. The legal immigration policy; those are legal implementations in the United States, but the law is supposed to be the right to free movement and travel. So basically, their legal implementation, their legal policy is against the law, but nobody can see this part. And then we have this legal attorney trying to get us to think that this other legal attorney is speaking truth about these legal policies, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm just starting to see it all come full circle. And it's like basically based around Chile, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, what the hell, Chile? What the hell's really going on? And there was there was something moving in our movement before Chile came around. Our movement was going somewhere, and then all of a sudden Chile came around trying to point out that no, under Terry versus Ohio, they can grab you, they can tell you to do this, they can tell you to sit down, they can, all these things. And then it took the wind out of everybody's sails, basically. Then everybody started like trying to find out how they could overturn Terry versus Ohio. The only thing, though, is that in 5 years, I haven't seen one person move to actually overturn Terry versus Ohio.
Not only that, but overturning Terry versus Ohio wouldn't necessarily. It doesn't exist in the law.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a court precedent.
It's just kind of this. Yeah, because we see with the gun laws, the various gun laws, when the government doesn't even when these past holdings and rulings are overturned and whatnot, the government doesn't even abide by it.
Yeah,
they just ignore it.
But they're doing that because those are legal gun policies. Those aren't lawful gun laws. They're legal gun policies, so they can't actually do it because everybody's thinking of them as laws. So they're thinking that they have to change these laws when really these are just repugnant policies that never even meant nothing in the first place.
Exactly. There's nothing about reasonable articulable suspicion or detainment in the Bill of Rights or the Fourth Amendment.
Yeah.
That's just like what I said earlier. Everything that police do today pretty much is a crime, and on more than one level. I mean, first of all, you have the level that they're not operating with a warrant like they're supposed to, but then on top of that, putting anything that when they put their hands on somebody, that is assault or battery, depending on where state you're in.
Mm-hmm.
The cops are not. They're not. Not only are they not qualified, they're not authorized to determine probable cause. Only a magistrate can do that.
Assault was when they told you to sit on the curb, you're going to be detained without probable cause.
That's more like
menacing. And then battery is when they put their hands on you to force you onto the curb.
It depends on where you're at. In Oregon, assault is even assault covers all batteries as well, so we don't have quite the same distinction here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it depends on what state you're in. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. In the agency known as Nevada, their state policy is battery is any unwanted touch.
Right. that's more common than the Oregon way. But yeah, it would be menacing if they to tell you to sit on the curb. That's like threat, intimidation, menacing, or whatever. They're armed. It's aggravated. They're armed.
This is where I know that I'm free and that I don't have to follow their bullshit. But that's still not going to tell. Just because I think I'm free doesn't mean that they're going to not come to my house and put their hands on me. But I can tell you right now that I am free to go and free to stay, based on this fact. In the statute, okay, because there was a public service agent. I had a body cam footage of the deputy talking to the two public service agents, and one of the public service agents said he was going to find me in a dark alley some night, right in front of the deputy.
Oh yeah, I saw. Yeah.
And then the other guy, he laughs about it. The other agent is like laughing, like, that was so funny that he said that, right?
Right.
So while the other guy that laughed about it didn't threaten me, he laughed about it. He laughed about the guy threatening me. So
right.
with the knowledge of that body cam footage of that deputy or of that public service agent just laughing about the other public servant's threat towards me, I filed a complaint of harassment against the public service agent. He's the one in the video where he's riding the side by side. He's got a blue shirt on.
Yeah.
And I'm yelling at his ass outside my house.
Yep.
Well, that was May 30th when I took that video of me protesting him from a public area outside my house on the public easement, using my words and recording him. Okay.
Yeah.
So they took that and they charged me with stalking.
What?
Yeah.
That's where it comes from?
Yeah. And that's one of the charges right now that they got a warrant for me on, was that I yelled, that I followed him in public yelling, "You cocksucking bitch ass boy, and you're at my house."
Wow.
But what I'm trying to say here is that it says at the top, the very first words of the statute on stalking in the NRS says, without lawful authority. Okay.
Right.
But so what this is the funny thing, what's the matter you, is that initially I complained that the public service agent was harassing me. The original guy that was threatening me.
Right.
I claimed he was harassing me, and I claimed that under NRS statute on course of conduct with a person with mental illness.
Yeah.
I said to them that the public service agent was actually holding a course of conduct with me, and this matters because the statute for stalking and the statute for holding a course of conduct with a person with mental illness is so similar that it's sickening. Okay.
Right.
So basically in January 7th, 2022, I placed a complaint against this public service agent for holding a course of conduct against me. You see what I'm saying?
With a magistrate, you placed a complaint?
No, I placed a complaint with the public service agent. I went to my nearest public service agent and wrote up a complaint and had it photocopied, and she was supposed to turn my complaint into her higher ups per full disclosure. These are provisions of law set to regulate his or her official conduct. The provision of law is called the Ethics and Government Act. That's what it's called. It's called the Ethics and Government Act of 1978. So under the Ethics and Government Act of 1978, which is a provision of law set to regulate his or her official conduct, they are supposed to at any time a situation arises, whether that situation be actual or apparent, they are supposed to fully disclose what took place to the best of their knowledge. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So
So it's
even
almost
if
a
they
dereliction of duty or something.
yeah, even if they even if they're just driving down the street and you yell at them to stop and you're holding your camera and you call them a fucking pig, they're supposed to go from that point and immediately fully disclose that interaction to their higher ups. Hey, Henry,
Well, and
good to
this
see
is
you, good
probably
man.
where the ID thing comes from too, because they're going to want to have some name to put there.
Well, no, the ID, but they only have to disclose their that.
Okay.
You know, it's not your claim; it's their claim. They have to
I
fully
see. I
disclose
see.
for their higher ups. You see what I'm
I
saying?
see.
It
Yeah,
wouldn't
I
matter
see.
whether
Okay.
you were involved or not. If they have any, what it's called is any conflict of interest, any situation that may or may not arise in a conflict of interest. They're supposed
I
to fully
see.
disclose. So these are actual or apparent. So, like, if you saw somebody sitting on a park bench and you saw somebody else bobbing down in front of them, you would think that they might be sucking somebody's dick, right?
Right.
But you don't actually see the angle where you can actually see a dick in anybody's mouth. So basically, you're just assuming that somebody's sucking a dick based on the body positioning. But all
Yeah.
along, there was actually no dick sucking. The person was down there tying the person's shoes. Okay.
Right. So, or
So,
apparent. That's what you mean by or apparent.
yeah. So if you see cops doing this, then that would be a conflict of interest that was actual or even apparent. And
Right.
they're supposed to fully disclose this stuff, whether it was actual or apparent. Okay.
Right.
So the thing about that is that the thing about it is that these are for matters of conflict of interest. These are matters of ethics. And under full disclosure, that lady was supposed to take my. That's why when like Audit Them goes into a public building and he wants to leave an oral public records request, and that they're supposed to write it down, and that even though they're not the actual records agent, they have a duty to forward it to the records agent for you.
Yeah.
These are based on full disclosure issues under the
Okay.
Ethics in Government Act of 1978.
Okay.
So they have an actual duty, not only just to turn that paperwork over, but because for full disclosure purposes.
Wow.
And
Yeah. At some points in our history here, we've had some pretty smart people who've managed, with between deprivation of rights and then also what you're referring to. There's been some smart people who've tried to put in some protections for us.
yeah, these are provisions of law set to regulate his or her official duty. So first, they have to be in official duty. So that's what guarantees that those are official duties. And then these provisions of law, so they're not law, they're provisions of law set to regulate his or her official duty. They're supposed to regulate. So that's what tells you that they're supposed to be regulated. And that's what they're not doing, is regulating.
Right.
So this is why I've been trying to remind people of for like the last 5 years. But when I told Brian from Here's the Deal, he seemed hella interested. But then when I mentioned the 5 CFR 2635.101, basic obligations of public service, he basically was like, duh, we know that, bro. But I was thinking, well, fuck, bro, if you know that, then why aren't you like saying anything about anybody implementing it? Like,
yeah,
if
really.
everybody knew it, then they would be trying to implement this, don't you think? But oh yeah, nobody fucking knows this, and nobody's arguing to have it implemented.
Well, it goes against the whole blue line gang mentality, kind of.
Well, the thing about it is that when people get arrested, they're told that they had broken the law, right?
Right.
So what people do is they go searching the law books, right?
Yeah.
Because they want to understand the law that they supposedly broke, and they want to be able to formulate a defense as to why they may or may not have broken this law.
Right.
So the thing about it is that freaking this is the difference between people or the people and the public service employees. Okay, and this is the difference: is that we, the people, only are subject to law, right? Where the public service agents, the public service agents are supposed to be subject to law and ethical standards. Okay,
and policy, yeah.
Well, this is where I'm going with this is that when say they beat a black guy to death, they get the chief of police, not even the cops that beat the black guy to death, they don't even have to stand up on the stand and speak for themselves. They don't even have to answer for themselves. They just have their chief of police stand up on the podium and tell the news organizations that don't give them any freaking hard questions. They say, we did an internal investigation and we found that our cop had done no wrongdoing. While the video looks disgusting, and we independently don't believe that it should have happened. The officers thought that they were doing what they were supposed to, and we found that they were within policy. Well, that's where, but everybody's looking for them to have broken the law, right? And they're looking for them to be fired and charged criminally, right?
Right.
Well,
but how can they be charged criminally unless you swear out a criminal complaint against them?
Under the Ethics in Government Act of 1978.
Okay. I guess so. Yeah.
If they are fucking accused of doing something so heinous that the general public wants them fired and arrested, then they have done a conflict of interest, actually, or even apparently. Okay. And just because the chief of police gets up on the little soapbox and says they had done nothing wrong, no, actually something has happened, and even apparently something has happened. So whether you get charged, fired, quit, criminally charged, you're supposed to lose your job. They're supposed to be terminated from position just because of the apparently. Okay.
Right.
So when the standard is set so low that it's actual or apparently. So when we see a cop parked in a parking spot in a dark parking lot, and the auditor walks up to them with their camera and is like hanging back a little bit and notices them playing like Clash of Clans or something on their cell phone instead of doing their cop work. And they're like, "Oh shit, I caught you fucking playing Clash of Clans instead of being a cop." And then that was the cop, even if the cop claims, "I wasn't playing Clash of Clans, you just thought I was playing Clash of Clans, I was actually writing up a report." It's like, okay, cop, we're going to give you the benefit of the doubt. You were writing up a report, but for that conflict of interest that you created, you're terminated from position. Turn in your badge and gun and go home.
It should be that way.
It not only should be that way, it has to be that way. If it is not that way, then they are going against the written provisions of law set to regulate his or her official conduct. They're going against what's written. It's not your opinion. It's not my opinion. It's not New Guru's opinion. New Guru wants this awesome universe that would be so awesome if it could be, but nobody's gonna go to it.
Right.
There's always going to be 10 people that say, sorry, new guru, I know that you just want to live up in the mountains freely, doing whatever you want up there, not hurting nobody. But there's 10 of us that want to know what you're doing. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
That doesn't mean that 10 people have a right to know what he's doing. It's just that 10 people are probably going to be, coming around, nosing around, investigating, seeing what they can find out.
And breaking the law in the process. I mean, yeah.
That's just why it has it not necessarily that anything has to do anything, but if they actually did be held to the standard they're supposed to be held to, because everybody says they're supposed to be held to a higher standard. Well, what's that standard? Well, I know what the standard is. What do you think the standard is?
No standard at all.
Well, the actual standard is 5 CFR 2635.101. Listen,
like we have to know the law. It's not an excuse if we don't know the law, but if they don't, it's a get out of trouble free card.
Yeah. Well, the actual standard, the actual higher standard that everybody says they should be held to is found in 5 CFR 2635.101, basic obligations of public service. It's called it's otherwise known as the ethical standards.
Whoa.
It's specifically called the ethical standards. So if you wanted to know the higher standard that they're supposed to be held to, that's the ethical standard, And everybody's walking around every time they're auditing and they're going around these people. They're like, that wasn't very professional of you. It's like, well, if you only knew better, you would know that they're not supposed to be professional. They're supposed to be conscientious. Conscientious is a higher standard than professional.
Yeah.
Conscientious means that you're doing right to the best of your ability, whether you are good at it or not.
Okay.
You're professional means that it's a business term, but anyway, to begin with, where the public service is a public trust, not a public business, not a business.
Right.
So.
Oh boy. Yeah, we've got a mess going.
Yeah, there's a big mess. And
again, things are happening like this to you and Hendry and all kinds of people, and it seems it's like a lot of people out there have to understand that this could happen to them. I mean, granted, a lot of those people are going to say, "Well, you guys poked the bear" or whatever, but especially in your case, no, not really.
We're specifically supposed to poke the bear.
Yeah,
we're
exactly.
specifically supposed to poke the bear.
Right.
That's the whole part of redressing, or that's the whole part of having one of your grievances redressed. When you have a grievance, you're supposed to go and poke them with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. They can't tell you how to grieve. Therefore, they can't just be like,
too.
Yeah. They're like, oh, you were using foul language, so we don't have to talk to you. It's like, no, we have the right to use foul language. You can't tell us how to grieve. All you can do is listen to our grievance and redress that grievance. That's what I've been trying to say about like the Lane Myers case. Lane Myers, he has two proofs. He has a recorded phone call that he made to a public service agent, and he has a video he made about a public service agent. Those are proof of his grievances. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So he was grieving, he was complaining That's what a grievance is when you grieve, you complain. You're complaining about something that has happened that you don't like. It's a grievance. It's causing you to grieve. So
So,
when
so
you
technically,
voice
we have the
that,
right to grieve, not to redress, because they're the
yeah,
ones
no,
who can
yeah.
do it.
Well, this is how it works. We have the right to grieve, and we have the right to have that grievance redressed.
Okay,
So, like,
okay.
we have the right to grieve, but we also have the right to have that grievance redressed. So that's why the cops can't just say, "You're not my master. You're not my boss.
Interesting. That's interesting. That's very
You're
interesting.
not. I don't. So you're complaining to me, big whoop." Um,
Yeah, that's very
uh,
interesting.
that right there is proof that the cop is not redressing your grievance. And the cop is the government. The cop is the representation of the government. He's the government in form. You see what I'm saying? So, um, as soon as you tell him, as soon as you tell the cop, I don't like the look of your fucking smile, and he's like, I don't give a shit if you like the look of my smile or not. Who is this? Did you try to come up on panel as two different people?
Oh, did I? Okay, never mind. Let
Probably.
me get rid of one.
Okay. I was just wondering if it was somebody else trying to act like they were you.
No, it was me.
It's all right. You
I
don't have
thought
to
I
get rid
fell
of it or
off, but
nothing.
I didn't. I can't get back to it.
That's all right. Don't
Fine.
even. I already took care of it.
Okay.
You have rights,
You
costs
can
have
still hear me?
duties, and others have the ability to ignore your belief in those rights. This is where but not the public service agents. The public service agents are oath bound. They're the ones that chose to be the government, not me. So
And they're getting
they're the
paid
ones that
for it
said
too.
that they're the ones that were supposed to uphold my right to have my grievance redressed. They're the ones that are supposed to redress that grievance. So while you're right, like you don't have, New Guru doesn't, but anybody claiming to be the United States government does. And others have the ability to ignore your belief in those rights. It's like not the United States government, though. The public service agent swore public oath. We're not forcing them. They're not our slaves. They signed up for it. Those rights. This is where reality will kick you in the nuts over your beliefs time and time again. Besides, they're not my beliefs, New Guru. This shit was decided since before I was born. It could not be my belief. I read that in their writings, their provisions of law set to regulate their official conduct. I didn't write it. It's not my belief. It's not my opinion. It's supposed to be
New Guru is
specifically
a
their belief
nihilist,
and
huh?
their opinion.
So New Guru is kind of a nihilist, huh?
No, he's awesome, and he's right in a lot of ways. Like if it was like if it's like if you don't like it, what's the matter? You need to go up into the mountains somewhere where there is nobody around and try to live only for yourself, and maybe not even take any relationships on whatsoever with no other living soul, and just live for you and your beliefs, and try not to. Nobody's going to believe what you believe, so you might as well not even try to tell anybody about your beliefs. You might as well not even have a relationship. And if you do have a relationship, they have to be willing to follow your freedom path, um, basically.
Okay. Yeah, and nihilist isn't an insult. It's just kind of a way that
What?
he doesn't believe that these things exist. Any kind of a real.
Yeah, he believes
Yeah.
that people believe this shit, but he's trying to say we shouldn't believe it at all in any way,
Okay.
shape, or form. Basically,
I can. Yeah, and it's a tough argument to overcome.
yeah. I mean, it's a good argument. Like it's a really peaceful argument, but nobody fucking gives you peace.
Right. I mean, in the end, yeah. In the end, it's going to come down to some kind of level of. Well,
He
I
says
don't know.
cops have duties. They keep showing you time and time again, and you keep getting upset about the reality. You're doing this to yourself, and they love when you do that. They are your beliefs in the sense you adopted them and believe in them in your own mind.
Hmm. I don't know if it can be said that an abuser.
It'd be awesome if I could read the fucking books that they fucking wrote and then say, hey, you guys, this is what you're supposed to do. And then they do it because they're supposed to.
You mean in terms of following their own policies and whatnot?
Yeah, all beliefs
Okay.
aside, all opinions aside, if they were just doing what they were supposed to, I wouldn't even have to have a belief, wouldn't even have to have a thought about it.
Right. You always got
If
to
they
wonder.
don't do what they're supposed to do, new guru, we're supposed to be able to terminate them from their position. Like tell
Yeah.
them, hey, I know you liked being the mayor, but since you were Tiffany Henyard mayor, hey, just don't come back in the morning.
Yeah.
No, we don't care that we don't have an interim mayor that can take up your service while in your absence. We don't need a mayor right now until we can find somebody else that might do it honorably. And if they don't do it honorably, we'll fire their ass too. But it's
Yeah.
not
That's how it's
firing.
supposed to be.
It's not a business. It's termination. Termination
Instead,
from a public service.
instead, they can barely be terminated for any reason at all.
Yeah, these days. The FBI told me that they're not the agency. They're not the Nevada agency, so they can't do it. Oh, when I talked to the Nevada Commission on Ethics, that's supposed to terminate them from their position for not having the ethics acknowledgement form on file. They said that
Right.
they aren't the Nye County agency, so they can't terminate anybody. When I called the Nye County agency for their manager, I asked them. I told them that they didn't have their forms on file. That's a terminable issue.
Right.
They said we can't terminate them for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah. It's
It's like we're left with no legal recourse, and I mean, there's very few instances where anybody's left with any legal recourse.
I have emails. I have emails from the Nevada Commission on Ethics. This guy, he's like the leader of the Nevada Commission on Ethics. His name is Ross Armstrong.
Yeah.
He tries to tell me that they're not public service agents. He first tried to tell me that only public officers have to have the ethics acknowledgement form, and then I had to show him where it says officers and employees, and then he tried to obscure from that, and then I had to show him where the form for officers are and where the form for employees is. You see what I'm saying? And I have it on email proof that fucking Ross Armstrong for the Nevada Commission on Ethics didn't even know that there was a officer form and an employee form.
Huh.
You know what I mean? So that right there should tell you that Ross Armstrong should be terminated from position like immediately,
Right, according to their own policy. Yeah.
according to their own policy, not my beliefs, not my opinion. Sorry, it makes your butt hurt, Phil. Sorry, it doesn't make you officer safety so much, but you know what? You need to get out of our position.
Yeah.
But they're like, oh no, nobody. The mayor can't even fire me. Not even the FBI. That's why I don't understand how the FBI arrested this. Okay, President. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. It all comes down to honesty. Words are just words. Look at the reality for what it is. Get away from the word spells. I wish I could
Exactly.
read that. I'm just
Words are
reading
just words. Look at
the
the reality
response.
for what it is. Get away from the word spells.
I can't see Matrix Transparency thing down there because those 5 share things in the way.
Yeah, that share your referral link is in the way. My friend Crystal was up in here earlier, but I don't think she's in here no more.
I'm just gonna comment, so bump it out of the way.
Yeah. All of their language directed towards us is psychological propaganda. Exactly. It is, but
They've mastered it. They've mastered the propaganda, that's for sure.
I know for a fact I can't just go to like Arizona and go out to the desert and just sit there in my van, dig my own water well,
Right.
and
Without being, yeah,
no, they're coming across me. They're coming upon me.
yeah,
They're gonna fucking say that they have the authority to do so. I'm gonna have to be like, oh fuck, everything I worked for just now, I'm just gonna have to walk away from it real quick if they don't just arrest me on the spot.
yeah.
I didn't want them to. Fuck the words. Fuck the law. Fuck the badge. I didn't believe in any of this shit. But guess what? They're gonna do. They're still gonna do it.
Oh yeah, they're gonna find, yeah. Just like look at what happens to Travis Hines as he goes across the country. You can't
I know. And
stop it.
Travis Hines is one of the most peaceful out of all of anyone who picked up a camera.
And it's like you can't stop in any damn town or city in this nation without them coming across you and imposing their garbage on you.
There's two most peaceful people in our country is Jeff Gray with Honor Your Oath and Travis Hines with fucking Let's Exchange IDs with Travis Hines.
Right, and Cameron from
Cameron from Power and the People.
Yeah, he's
but
like a close third.
Yeah, he's cool though. He's not. He's Jeff Gray and Travis Hines. They're like highly compliant. They've been in the military. Their military structure. They will comply. You know. But Cameron, he's cool. He doesn't even comply. You know what I mean? Like to a certain extent, everybody complies, but at least Cameron gives them a argument past.
Yeah, he takes a very principled stand.
Yeah,
I think that's invaluable because of an example to have somebody out there setting. It's a risk to him, obviously, but it moves the goalpost a lot further than most of the rest of the auditors are pushing it.
Mm-hmm. I have a personality disorder. It's obsessive compulsive personality disorder.
So
borderlines Tourette's.
I always say I have typing Tourette's.
The what?
I always say I have typing Tourette's about when my chats and my commenting.
Hello. Yeah, the thing about it is though is that so I got the obsessive compulsive personality disorder, the borderline Tourette's. So I'm not like full blown Tourette's. I'm more obsessive compulsive. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So but there's people out there that are full Tourette's. They yell fucking expletives all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like all sorts of crazy shit. That's their tick. Tourette's is like a tick when you're like, fuck, shit, fuck, pussy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
those are just ticks. That's just like when somebody counts their fingers like 5 times before they can shut their door. It's just a tick. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or like Twitch, he shakes his head. His Tourette's makes him shake his head. That's his That's his tick. When he shakes his head, like.
Sorry, my brain's a bit mushy today. I didn't get enough sleep last night. I was working on my stupid scleroderma problem. If I don't do that, then I end up getting crippled or not being able to, or have these open sores that won't go away. It's just awful on my face.
Oh God, that does sound awful. Sounds
Yeah.
horribly awful.
Yeah, it's like I can't shave my head or my face without causing all kinds of problems because it's all like tied together. And anyways, you'll have to, I don't know if you've ever taken a look at the videos on my channel about that, but you'll sometime if you're interested, you can take a look. They're only like 2 minutes and 2.5 minutes long.
Yeah, I've seen some of your videos, but you probably got more so far. So I'm gonna go look. I gotta get back over to your page and look.
Yeah, this one's called something like pulling alien fibers, 5-inch alien fibers out of my skin or something like that.
Wow, that's scary, dude.
Yeah.
I got this permanently broken wrist right here, and when I move it, you can see my wrist bending in an area of my forearm that's not supposed to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What is that? It's weirder than shit. I got this big lump there. Yeah, right there. So it's kills me. Sorry, it was just killing me right now. It's kind of took my mind off of everything, like except for the pain. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
So sometimes I have to try to pull on my thumb to try to reset the bone chips because there's a bone chip. My hand is right here, but there's a bone chip starting back here in my forearm that's like a long splinter, probably 2 inches long. And then there's a big knuckle of a chip that's the tip of my forearm bone.
Of your what bone? Forearm? Forearm
Yeah.
bone, you said? Okay.
Yeah, the forearm bone that goes down here, the tip of it right here where it meets my wrist.
Yeah.
The tip of the bone is like broke off. And then there's another chip of the bone that is right behind that bone tip that comes down this way and comes to a point back here in my arm that stays that never healed back together. You know what I mean? It just floats.
Yeah.
Hurts like a bitch. The meat and the connective tissues are like keeping it in place, but the bone is like been floating there since I was 23 years old.
Ouch.
Yeah. I'm gonna be 43 this year, so I've been dealing with it for the last 20 years.
Oh, you're still a youngin'.
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm feeling like shit these days.
Yeah, tell me about it. I'm 49 now. It's getting pretty rough.
Yeah, that's another issue with like everything. You know, when I was like 20, I was still gung ho. Shit, when was let's see. Oh shit, I was gonna go to the calculator. Sorry, I'm not very good with maths. 2025 minus 2011. It's 14 years ago. 43 minus 14, 29. So I was like 29 when they stomped Kelly Thomas to death.
Who?
That was a big turning point in 2011 when they stomped Kelly Thomas to death.
That doesn't
For
sound
people,
familiar.
yeah, that was one of the first ones that was caught on video. Um,
Ellie Thomas, huh?
yeah,
And that's a man?
yeah.
That does not ring a bell. I
This
don't.
is this is
I don't
Kelly
want to
Thomas here.
go out of the StreamYard because it'll drop me.
Yeah, I'll get it onto my other phone. This is Kelly Thomas here.
Okay.
His dad used to be a sheriff and everything, and he was like a homeless guy that was kind of mentally ill, you know,
Right.
and they wanted him to let them see inside of his backpack because they suspected him of having somebody else's mail.
Oh, wow.
Even if he did have somebody else's mail, they couldn't prove where he got their mail from. It could have came in. They could have put it in the wrong box. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
And something happened where he didn't want to let them see inside of his backpack. So basically, they
Unalived him?
yeah, they detained him, but their detention consisted of yelling at him, "Stop resisting," as they stood on him with the 250-pound man and jumped up and down on his back while he was handcuffed on the ground.
Oh, jeez.
And you could see in the video where the big 250-pound fat pig was holding onto the shoulders of the other pigs so that he could balance as he jumped up and down on Kelly
Oh, my
Thomas.
God. They are so brutal.
Yeah. And the whole time, the Kelly Thomas guy's telling them, you're killing me. And then he started crying for his daddy. Like he started saying, Daddy, Daddy.
Oh, I do remember that one. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. That's.
Yeah, it was July 5th, 2011. That was
In the
one
United
of the
States of
ones.
America, people just put up with this.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to turn the camera on here. This is my arm here. Oh, shoot. Okay, this works. So, well, I was going to have a flashlight, but basically, now let me go over here under this light and see if that helps.
Henry's 59, huh, Henry? And Matrix Transparency 49 there, yeah. You know, so that means what's the matter? You's 49. I'm 43 this year. Yeah, the time is a ticking, and we're not getting any younger, spring chickens.
Yeah. Shoot, that didn't work very well. Never mind. It's too dark. You can't see shit. I was just going to show you, like, how much scar tissue on my arm.
I've seen those indentions and shit, bro.
The what?
I've seen like an indented area.
Yeah, basically my immune system is way too strong, and so it's attacking me, filling my skin and other organs with scar tissue. Unnecessary scar tissue here. Okay, I think I got it now.
Man, that's so scary. What's the matter, you?
Gotta get the light.
But there's no sign of slowing down for it?
Not really. No, there's really no kind of medical help for it really at all. I don't know why I can't.
Smoke so much weed that you can't even smoke that much weed anymore. And then fucking.
You know, I've wondered sometimes because you know how you get the munchies from your immune system basically kicking into full gear and needing so you need fuel. And I kind of have wondered if I might be one of the few people who actually did harm themselves kind of with by smoking because
maybe
my immune system already being hyperactive and me not knowing it, and then
Mm-hmm.
here I'm smoking, and it's kicking my immune system into extra high gear. I don't know if that
Yeah.
contributed to the problem or not, but it's possible.
But
I
what
don't
part of your lifestyle could you change to make that go away?
know. If I were to definitely things like sugar can exacerbate it. Let's see. Gosh, I
But it's
can't get the
basically
camera.
damn near impossible to get away from sugars. You can't even grill an onion without getting sugar.
Yeah, there's not really a whole lot that I can do, honestly, and it's messed up too because even trying to exercise and whatnot, the impact on my feet actually triggers it, so that even just walking too much, any kind of impact, any kind of injury that I get, uh, it
Mhm.
my immune system massively overreacts and makes, so basically it fills my feet up with these fibers to the
Holy
point where
cow.
I can't walk. Like I've had to soak my feet in hydrogen peroxide for like 15 minutes until they're soft, and then just scrape off huge amounts of the skin on the outside just so I could continue to walk.
Man, dude. Fuck.
Yeah, yeah. I don't break
So
the
the
skin
quality
when I
of
do
life
it.
for you is hella fucking dim.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I spend in the last 20 years here, I've spent a whole lot of my time basically having to do this really painful self surgery all the time. I don't break the skin, but I'm just trying to break up these fibers from the uh, by using hair clippers basically and whatnot, and just chopping them up and so that they'll come out. And that's what I have on that video. I don't know if you could see right now because I can't look at the camera and angle it at the same time. But like my arm right here, if I didn't regularly cut those fibers, I wouldn't be able to bend my arm. It would be stuck in like a 45-degree angle. Can you see that?
Yeah, that's fucking crazy how your bicep is out there like that, but your forearm is so skinny. And
Yeah,
then
this
look
is
at the
my
it looks
yeah.
like it's got burn skin on it.
Yeah, it is a lot like burns in some ways. These things down here lower on my forearm, they were actually areas where these fibers had formed in a circular pattern. Basically, I'm going to shut the cam back up because I got to get back down and put on the charger here. But
Man, dude, I'm so
basically,
sorry that's
what
happening to
happened
you.
is they would they in a circle like a dime and a nickel, and then all the flesh in the center of that just got mashed to mush, basically. And so they would just
Mm-hmm.
become like an infected thing, and that would pop, and then it would be a hole like down to my bone. And I guess one of the reasons I'm mentioning this is because there's a lot of parallels between the medical system and policing and whatnot. And the way that I was treated by doctors it's just unconscionable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'm
because the
presenting,
hospitals are public medical facilities.
yeah, and I'm presented the doctors are basically brainwashed in med school, and it's all in favor of the pharmaceutical companies, and they don't want anything to do with really helping people. As far as now, what they do is almost like what a BlackBerry could do or something. It's like a schedule where they want to do these pre-screenings for cancer and whatnot. And like I said, any BlackBerry could do the same thing. It's like, okay, you're this age. Well, now it's time for this pre-screen and that pre-screen, and it's just a big money-making scam. Every uh, the colonoscopy early detection things that they do, or the prostate exams and whatnot, those cost like 15 grand a pop, and they only take minutes, and they're making mass money off of that. And the real problem with it is, uh, for example, out of every 100,000 people, they like 4,000. They only catch like 400 early detection things where they save somebody's life, but they have 4,000 false positives. And when someone has a false positive, that often leads to them doing unnecessary procedures and all kinds of course, anxiety and stress and all kinds of things that can be detrimental or deadly to someone's health. So you really don't, unless you have a family history, it's not a good idea to have these early pre-screenings for most people. But they do it anyways because it's big money.
Yeah, that's so disheartening.
It really is. Yeah, I mean, there's kids. I see kids with cancer and whatnot, and it's just like, hey, that's why you don't hear me talking about this very often. I don't want to, complain, because there's a lot of people who have it way worse. So I met a 19-year-old not that long ago who got paralyzed from the neck down riding his bike, and it's just like, well,
Yeah.
but at the same time,
I
it's
broke my neck one time riding a bicycle. But the worst physical, I mean, they didn't really find the broken neck because the neck was just the bone. You know what I mean? And the ground scrubbed my ear off, so they had to sew my ear back on. But I wasn't wearing a helmet, so basically my head hit the ground, and then that bent my head over to the left side so hard that I had a scrape on the top right hand side of my skull, all the way down passed over my ear where it scraped my ear off, and then continued scraping down my neck and down my right shoulder. Basically, my head and my shoulder were directly planted into the ground in one swift movement. But luckily, I didn't get paralyzed from it. On top of it, I had a traumatic brain injury. I had an out-of-body experience from it. It was basically the worst of what happened.
Yeah.
I was lucky. I was very lucky. My body was malleable. I was 22 years old. I've been wrecking my bicycle my entire life. Basically, I started riding BMX when I was 7 years old.
Oh, wow, cool.
Yeah, I was really good too, man. When I was a kid, I had a lot of talent.
Yeah.
When I was 9 years old, I was the only kid that was my age that could jump over the triples on a BMX track at the time.
Right.
All the tracks were ABA approved, so basically, the tracks are built to spec. You know what I mean?
Right.
And the triples, whether you hit the triples on one track or hit the triples on the other, it was basically the same distance between jump peaks. And yeah, I was the only one at 9 years old. The next kid that could clear the triples was a 14-year-old kid that I raced against. So basically, I was out of my league as a 9-year-old. I was more of the speed of like a 14-year-old. You know what I mean? It was pretty fucking fun. I don't know if you've ever manualed your bike through a rhythm section or not.
No.
Oh man, it feels so good because all you do is like you go over there's a rhythm section of just back to back jumps that are the same size.
Yeah.
And you go over the first one, and instead of putting your tire down in the whoop of the after the first one, as soon as your back tire clears over the top of the peak of the first jump, the first whoop, you pull up really hard. Like you don't even have to really pull up real hard at all. You just have to pull up, and your body pulls up for the strength that it needs. But your back tire goes down into the whoop, and then your front tire clears the next peak, and then your back tire just goes over the peak and back down into the valley, and then your front tire just keeps on. You basically ride a wheelie all the way through the whoop section. It's called manualing through a whoop section.
Okay.
It's you're really not manualing because manualing. Some people manual, but some people pedal. I always pedaled. I always pedaled the entire whoop section, so I was basically riding a wheelie through the damn thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where some people they coast through it by keeping their feet without even pedaling. They keep their feet flat and just keep on manualing it. But that's like a slower way to go through. You don't have any driving pedals, driving your momentum forward. But it's still fast. because basically when your back tire goes over one hump, it creates speed going down the backside of that hump, and which makes it clear the second hump, and then the third hump, fourth hump. You know, there's like 9 to 14 whoops in a section. You know.
You know who else is into this big time? KKR.
All right, new guru. Who's that? BKR?
KKR. Kinetics
Okay.
Custom.
Oh,
Racing.
yeah, Kinetic Customs Racing. Yeah, he's awesome.
Yeah, we talk a lot on the phone, and he's basically very knowledgeable and all into BMX and as well as motocross. That's what he wanted to
Yeah.
do with his life early on in his life. He thought he was going to be a racer,
Mm-hmm.
and he's done some competition and whatnot. So you might want to talk to him about it sometime if you ever.
Yeah, I've talked to him a couple of times.
Oh, did you?
Gracias. Yeah, sorry, I have to talk to my dogs in Spanish.
It's all right.
My friend's here with me. He was just laughing at me, yell at my dog to get the hell out of here. But that's one of the things I want to do when I get to be able to be free to come and free to go, or free to stay and free to, however they say it. What do they say? They say, if I'm free to leave, I'm free to stay.
Yeah.
Whenever I can get that status back in that country, or in that state, I mean, I want to invite Kinetic Customs. I already told him he could go to my house. He can go to my house and park his stuff outside on the easement and stay for as long as he wants, and nobody will complain about him. And he can just ride the desert as much as he wants out there, because that's what it is endless desert, you know. But that's fine for him to do right now if he wants. But if I ever go back to the United States, I want to go take him out riding, you know. There's a couple awesome spots I know about. There's this one spot where you go up this canyon, and then as you're going through the canyon, you veer off the wash of the canyon, and you go up over a saddle. But the saddle gradually goes up, basically at maybe like a 6% grade. The saddle goes up on one side, but then when you get to the peak of the saddle, between two peaks of the mountains, the backside is almost straight down, but there's a deer trail that goes down through this canyons with cliffs on the sides. But on a dirt bike, it's freaking so badass. Basically, you cruise up the 6% grade on the one side of the saddle, 45, 50 miles an hour, just ripping through the desert up towards the top. And then when you get to the top, then you have to go down the backside on a deer trail. And it's just, it's got that level of dangerousness that makes, that's the whole part of doing it. You know what I mean? It's like if you wreck, basically, hopefully you don't fall all the way to the bottom of the cliff. Maybe you just might bounce off of a couple rocks until your body comes to a stop, hopefully. Yep. But yeah, that's a fun ass trail. Then when you get down to the bottom, man, you just went up a canyon and then over a saddle of a mountain range, and then down the backside of that mountain range, and all of a sudden you're in a different freaking like portion of a valley on the other side. So then you get a rip across that valley on the way back to the end of the mountain range, and then go back towards, the main valley. It's pretty cool. It's magical. Uh, You have to be there to experience it. It's a magical thing. It's almost like doing a trick. Like you go up one canyon and then you go over this area that most people don't even travel, and then come out on a different in a different canyon that it opens up to a valley on the other side. Actually, you're in a canyon. You go over the mountain and it opens up to a valley on the other side, and then you ride out of that valley and into a bigger valley. It's freaking awesome. Oh, somebody's backstage. Thank you, William. Oh, what's the matter? You fell off. Hey, man, sorry, bro.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I fell off, but I heard you the whole time. I just dropped
Hey,
my phone
Matrix
for a second.
Transparency, thank you for being here. Yeah, thank you for thinking it was a good stream. I think it was a pretty good stream too. I talked about some of the things I wanted to, and then some of the things I didn't even need to talk about. We talked about, which was good.
I
Sorry,
think
I'm back
you're
there.
right. There's some things that we should talk about more, maybe in private first.
Yeah. Yeah, I ended up talking about a lot of it in public, but I'm doing the talking, which I'm okay with. Everybody that hears me talk like that knows, for like Chili, for instance, he already knows that we don't necessarily like each other no more. You know what I mean?
Right. I guess so. Yeah.
I think he's cool. I think that he's in it for the right reasons. But some of the things he's done isn't cool. Like he did help me. Okay, gracias.
Yeah. Mr. Bones kind of feels the same way. I know. What's that?
Oh, sorry, I was talking to my friend.
Okay.
He was giving me back a pillow I let him use, but I just told him, no, you keep it for you. Use it.
I got you. Everyone knows that I have my, and I appreciate that he tolerates it, but I'm kind of I'm a bit of a, not a dissident, but I've got my own opinion about certain things, and they don't agree with his.
Yeah.
I have my song. I even have that song about case law and how NOTVO, and basically, it basically saying that that's the wrong way to go about it.
The thing about it is that he did help me out with it was weird because when I got unlawfully arrested, I got charged with battery upon a peace officer, and I was arrested on the spot. But since I got that case dismissed for lack of probable cause, but that's neither here nor there compared to the time. Chili saw it happen. It was recorded live on Freedom from Government's page channel, because Freedom from Government let me borrow his phone to go to the protest to record. And so I was at the protest recording on Freedom from Government's channel. He had over 100,000 subscribers at the time. So a lot of people saw my arrest. And then Chili, he did a fundraiser. He did the fund drive for my bail. My bail was supposed to be like $1,300, which was not much. But then they raised up $1,300. But then a different county, they basically did this double jeopardy thing where the beef was already squashed between me and this other county, where they made me pay $1,000 to them to get out of Nye County jail. This other county made me pay a bail that I've already paid a bail on. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I paid bail on this county. I got out, and then I beat that county in court. And then when the other county, or then when that county heard that I was in Knight County Jail, they told Knight County Jail that they had a warrant for my arrest and that I had to pay a bail. But they didn't want me. They just wanted the $1,000.
Oh wow!
And I had already paid $1,200 bail on that county. I got out on bail. I went to the court process, beat them in court. Like basically, I made them stop. They wrote the wrong name down on the paperwork. Okay, and then And then when I went to court, there I was at arraignment, and they asked if this name was in the court, and I said no. And then they said, "Who am I?" I stated my name for the court, but then they asked me to spell it, and I said no, I will not spell it. I won't spell it for you or nobody else. And the judge basically looks at the prosecutor and says, "Well, I think that the court has a right to." And I said, "Objection, Your Honor. Does the court have rights, or are you a disinterested third party?" And
what do you say?
the court said, the judge goes, "I did not say the court has rights." And then he looks back at the prosecutor and says, "I was merely trying to impose." And I said, "Your objection, Your Honor. Did you just say you were going to try to impose on me something on me?" And he goes, "I did not say impose." And then the prosecutor slows down the judge, because the judge was all up in his feelings now, because I basically caught him in two fucking different wrongs.
Right.
And because prior to conviction, you're supposed to be a free man. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when he said he was going to impose on me, he's imposing something on a free man. That's not, you're not supposed to impose anything on free men. Okay?
I see.
You're not, an imposition means that you're not free. They're gonna put a stipulation on you. That's what an imposition is. You don't, they're not supposed to impose anything on a free individual prior to conviction. They can impose sentences on convicted people, but they can't impose something on a free man. So basically, that's why I objected to it. Well, he got all in his feelings, was yelling, and then the district attorney says, "Whoa, Your Honor, I think that what he was trying to say was that we got the wrong name on the paperwork, but that's not him." And something else, but I read the Nevada revised statute, which is the statutes for the state of Nevada, and it under arraignment it says that you should state your name for the court, but it doesn't say anything about having to spell your name. So basically, you can state your name for the court, but until you spell it properly, they can't prove that you're the one, the Obi-Wan Kenobi that they need. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you could be Obi-Wan Kenobi with a K, and they're looking for Obi-Wan Kenobi with a C. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, you're not the drone that they're looking for. You know what I mean? Basically. And so when I would not spell my name for the court, the judge was about to tell the prosecutor, "Well, I think the court has a right to have him spell his name for the court." But I cut him off mid-sentence. As soon as he said, "I think the court has a right," I said, "Objection, Your Honor. Did you just say that the court has rights, or is the court supposed, or is the court a disinterested third party?" Because they're supposed to be a disinterested third party. They're not supposed to be the prosecutor or the defendant.
That's right. And the prosecutors and the judges, they're supposed to be questioning every claim that a cop ever makes.
Yeah. Yeah, the prosecutor is the finder of fact, and the judge is the trier of fact.
Yep, and exactly. And instead, they're colluding with these executive branch members.
Yeah, that's why if you ever get into a courtroom and then the judge starts asking you a bunch of questions, that's how you know you're not in a court of law. You're in an equitable court where they're trying to make money off of your shit.
That's so ruthless.
Yeah. So when I wouldn't spell my name for the court, man, that fucking judge, he thought he was fucking stumped. He was pissed. He was like, I think the court has a right to make him spell for the court. Objection. Did you just say the court has rights, or is the court a disinterested third party? And then he goes, I was merely trying to impose. And I said, did you just objection? Did you just say that you were going to impose something on me? And then he says, I did not say impose. And then he tried to set another court date for another arraignment. That's double jeopardy. You know, he gets one chance to arraign my ass. And fucking, if he can't fucking arraign me, then fucking he doesn't have the right drone. You know what I mean? It's as simple as that. And but he tried to set another date for another arraignment, and fucking I simply just didn't go to the arraignment. They never sent me no lawful paperwork. They never sent me a summons for the second arraignment. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So basically, when they didn't send me, I waited. They said it for like a whole another month. They had like 4 weeks or more to fucking send me a summons, and they never sent me a summons. So while they did say that they wanted me in court at a certain date, at a certain time, there was no lawful summons. So I just didn't go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
Dude,
then
that's funny. That was my eighth trial. Was the same thing. I got no notification. They realized I was going to show up over and over, and so they had no case. So they finally just made sure I didn't get notified of the eighth trial.
yeah, so all of a sudden you get a failure to appear and you get a warrant for your arrest.
Yep, I'm guilty all of a sudden. After they weren't ready 7 times, which I know they weren't ready because they had their case was bogus. My UA was clean. I overheard the assistant DA tell the DA that, and I already knew that was going to be the case anyways. And then on top of that, their main witness, who was going to lie for them initially, had backed out.
Wow.
Because the keys weren't even in my truck, in the ignition. They were in the bed of the truck underneath the truck box. And they tried to say that the keys were in there and that I rolled through a stop sign, like passed out or something. Just complete horse shit.
What happened to me? Oh,
they were pissed because they couldn't bust me for growing. They tried several times, especially the first time they threw the evidence out. Even though I had a fire at my house, they threw the evidence out at the oh God, what's the name of that damn court? At the discovery, they threw the judge threw the evidence out, and my girlfriend laughed out loud in the courtroom as soon as that happened. And the DA and the head cop from the knock and talk program, they were just pissed, and they were arguing with the judge. And the DA said something about, you can't do this. This is corrupt. The judge just immediately shut the whole. He's like, all right, Mr. D, the court apologizes for wasting your time. I would like everyone in the courtroom to please vacate right now. And so before we even all got up out of our chairs, he was screaming at the district attorney and this head cop. He said, except for these two, you and you. And he just starts yelling at them and berating them. Yeah. And they weren't even listening to him, really. They were looking at me. Wow. And not like trying to stare daggers at, if looks could kill, I'll tell you what. And so I knew that it was going to be a problem. And almost a year to the day later, here they come along, and they're trying. They sent these guys. I didn't realize this until decades later what exactly had happened. But all I knew is at the time, these 2 guys. I went out to go to the store at like midnight, and I was slipping. I was standing in my driveway waiting for my roommate. He forgot his wallet, so he went back inside. And I heard all of a sudden there's a barrel pressed up against my skull, and there's these 2 guys they're like, we're from New York, this street, that street, take us inside or die right here. And I was like, I thought my girlfriend was pregnant at the time. She turned out not to be, but I was like, no, my girlfriend's pregnant, so I guess I'm gonna die right here. And if you want to throw your whole life away, go ahead. And one of them, the other one, tried to pistol whip me with a gun that he had. He wasn't pointing it at me at the time. But he barely caught my lip. And I heard the front door slam. I knew my roommate had seen what was going on and gone back in the house. I watched as he kind of did this big loop, like loping run around the living room. I don't know why, but we had a paper bag full of pistols right by the entrance to the kitchen, and he dipped down in there and pulled out what turned out to be a 22 Luger, and he shot at us out the window, but the bullet hit the glass and changed direction and got me in the ribs instead. But
Wow, that's crazy.
it just grazed me basically, but it hurt like heck. And in the
Mhm.
meantime, my girlfriend was calling a friend of mine who lived like 8 blocks away or something like that. And, she's freaking out. Oh, they're trying to jack us. They've got guns, blah, blah, blah. So he was just walking out of the house at that moment to go for a run. And so instead of going for a run, he grabs his pistol and starts running towards the house. And he got there not even 190 seconds probably later, after my roommate fired, the black guys just disappeared, the two guys just disappeared, and
Mhm.
they ran. And so then that was from not even 190 seconds, probably maybe 2 minutes at the most. And my buddy's calling back saying, I can't get to your guys' house because there's cops on either end of the block, which I lived on this extra long block at the time because I lived near the cemetery that kind of messed up the normal pattern of blocks. And so I was right in the middle of this really long block I couldn't see to the ends on either end. And there also because there was like a very small hill there. But anyways, yeah. So it took me years later before I was telling this story to somebody when they were like, "Oh, so you think the cops sent those guys?" And I was like, "Bam!" Hand palm to the forehead, like I hadn't even thought of that. I knew that they had my name in the
Crazy.
computer, and that to where if there was any disturbance at my address or anything like that, that they would get a call. These Budbuster guys, these fucking
Mhm.
knock talkers. I knew that was the case, and that's why they didn't bring charges against me that time. Although the DA made it very clear that they were gonna keep my case like right on the top of the pile, and if I were to apply to get any of my stuff back that they seized, because the deadline was the same, they had 2 years to file charges, and I had 2 years to file to get my stuff back, and so it's basically to the minute. And so he was like, "Yeah, I'm going to be watching. If you apply to get your stuff back, any of your stuff back, I'm gonna, start a case against you." Even he's like, even if it's the last minute on the last day. And yeah, they took like 17 grand and 3.5 pounds and a ton of rifles and a grenade launcher and just a ton of stuff. They took my leather wraparound couches. I had a big screen, a projection TV. It was a heavy hoopty thing, but at the time it was brand new still. And it was the big thing, the new technology. They took all of my Armani suits except for they left me one jacket with like a crappy pair of slacks and shirts and tie that didn't even match. And they took otherwise I had 9 Armani jackets altogether. They only left me one of them. And he's like, "That's for court." Although there was one cool guy there, one cool cop. He was like, when none of the others were around, he's like, "Yeah, I don't agree I don't think this is right. What's happening to you?" And I was like, "Well, hey man, can you please leave me a little bit to smoke after you guys leave?" And he left me almost a half pound of weed.
That's badass.
Yeah, and they also didn't take. I had a vial. A friend of ours had found this acid from the '70s left over, and it was still good. I mean, it was the best. I never had nothing else like it ever in my life. It didn't have much of a body thing at all, and it was just all visual. And so, anyways, they left that behind. That could have been a bad charge if they would have added that. But they took all my stuff. They took my Corvette, my Cabriolet, my speedboat, which I had just dropped a brand new motor into, and engine into.
Jesus.
Yeah, took like 20 grand in gold and just.
It's,
But that's all they
it's so
cared about.
crazy how at one moment we have something like that and then how easily it can be taken away.
Yeah. Yeah, luckily I rented the house, not owned it, or I'm sure that they were looking into it. I know they wanted to take it. The owner of the
Mhm.
house was cool though too. He didn't know about it ahead of time, but after he found out, they tried to give me which I'm sure was illegal, but they tried to give me an eviction notice, like from the city, calling me a nuisance or something.
Wow.
Yeah, and the landlord just ripped it up right in front of me, threw it on the ground.
It's awesome. It was sticking out his neck for you.
But they were pissed, and I knew they were going to get me one way or another. So that was 2 times that they couldn't prosecute me, even though they took all my stuff. So I knew they were going to do something. So they basically gave me two bullshit BS DUIs. I couldn't. I mean, they just wouldn't stop pulling me over and harassing me.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you're a targeted individual, obviously.
I definitely was for a while there.
Yeah. Well, even when you're downtime, like right now, when you don't think that you're being targeted, I bet you they're targeting you in some way, shape, or form to this
Oh
day.
yeah, I think
That's
you're
what
right.
they do
Yeah,
with me. Even when I'm between incidences of malicious prosecution fighting for my rights in their courts, they
right,
are like doing little things to like brief themselves about me and other things.
right. Yeah, there. I mean, it's like God. There's real people out there making victims, and you got the time to be harassing me over this shit. They were bad too. They like that. There was that case of Stephen Dons. They totally red rummed him because he was paralyzed from the neck down, and somehow he managed to crawl, get out of his hospital bed, go across the room, crawl up to the top of a 14-foot ceiling to cover the camera with toothpaste, all without being seen on the footage, then crawl back down all the way over to his bed and manage to rig up a thing on his hospital bed to hang himself with a bed sheet and the
Yeah,
automatic
no,
up and
that
down
didn't
bed.
happen. Yeah, no, they hung him.
Yeah,
They
there's no
strangled
way.
him
Yeah,
to death somehow.
that was when I
Asphyxiated
really.
him in some way.
Yeah, that was when I really because what it was is all the neighbors had said that they didn't even announce themselves. They just started kicking the door in, and he shot through the door and unalived 2 cops, and so they couldn't allow that to go to court because he would have won. They totally were in the wrong, and yeah, that was when I woke up to what the reality was in this country with the media because I called several of the local media outlets, and I'm like, "Hello, they killed this guy in their custody. What's up with that?" And they're like, "Oh, this isn't the time right now. This is the time where we grieve the fallen heroes." Talking about the cops, the two. It was
Wow.
two it was two black and whites, a female and a male that got shot up. It wasn't the actual knock and talk or bud buster guys because they sent
Mhm.
the patrolmen to do the dangerous work and kick the door in.
Um, what happened in the case I was talking about was that basically um, I had my friend call and wonder if there was any warrants for my arrest, and they never said anything about there being a warrant for my arrest. And then plus, I had an incident where I was attacked by counter protesters, and two deputies from that same county came out, and I gave the Knight County my full legal name right in front of those two deputies from the other county, and they never mentioned one thing about any warrants for my arrest. Um, that was May 7th, 2022. But then when I got arrested on October 25th, 2022, all of a sudden when I was about to get out of court or out of jail, bailed out, all of a sudden that county came through with some warrant for my arrest. But all I had to do to appease it was pay them $1,000 for the bail. I had already paid them $1,200 for the bail, and then so what happened was Chile did a fundraiser for the $1,300 that I needed for the bail in Knight County, and then when I bailed out, they bailed me out in Knight County, and then all of a sudden this other county wanted $1,000 too. So they altogether they raised up $2,500 for my bail. The good people that was watching Chili's channel and saw my unlawful arrest on Trent Goodbody's channel, because Chili never showcased anything about my arrest. Basically, he did a fundraiser for my bail, which was awesome. That helped a lot, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not denying that he helped me. I'm not denying that he helped me with my bail and everything, but he has a channel of over 500,000 subscribers.
Yeah, it could have
And
probably done you some good to have you be highlighted.
yeah, but he said no, but just recently, but yeah, for the longest time after I got out on bail and I was still getting messed with, I was fighting my court process. I was sitting there going into Chili's live chats. I seen what he was with Garrett from Press with
Press with
Rancor
Yeah.
was being maliciously prosecuted. At the same time, Chili was doing a fundraiser for him and trying to get him a lawyer. And something happened with Press with Rancor and Chili too. And it's like, what the hell? What's going on, Chili? Because
I didn't realize they had a falling out. I knew that he stopped calling in or coming around, but
yeah, well, you know that they have a falling out when you start seeing the person. Because like it's same with me. I seen what that lady did with Chili in Ironton. She
right.
voiced her complaint about him. I'm now voicing my complaint about him, but I saw that Tina Slay voice her complaint, and Chili basically was all went in on her for how dare you complain about me when I was trying to save show what happened to your son and everything, and you made it all about you and all this stuff, right?
Yeah.
And maybe some of the things that Chili was saying about Tina Slay was might be true, and but Chili was trying to say all the things that Tina Slay said about him was not true. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, so it's like then I was sticking up for Chili about the Tina Slay incident the whole time. I seen exactly what happened between him and Tina Slay. Basically, that was on the forefront, not the things not the things that we couldn't see backstage. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
things that was being brought to the forefront, and then we got both of the people's testimonies basically publicly. Tina Slay said some things about Chili, and Chili said some things about Tina Slay, and then freaking coming down the road just a couple years, and Chili helped me out with that bail drive fundraiser, which was hella badass. We got all the money back to Chili though. You know what I mean? Like basically the GoFundMe wouldn't let the 2,500 out of the GoFundMe, so Chili paid it out of his own pocket, and then we gave him back the GoFundMe. You see what I'm saying?
Well, yeah. Why wouldn't the
So-
GoFundMe give the money out?
There was some kind of hold that they did, and basically, Chili had to come. Chili, that was like two helping me in one help.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's one of the reasons why I choose to support him still, even though I disagree with some of the things that ways that he's going about it, is because I feel
Yeah.
like his heart's in the right place and he's willing to help
Exactly.
people.
His
And you
heart
can't
and his
help
mind are in
everybody,
the right
you know.
place. It's just that he's not an actual hero. You know what I mean?
Right.
So instead of just saying, "Hey guys, I'm not an actual hero," he basically cold shoulders you.
Right.
So when you ask him to do some hero stuff for you, he basically stops reading your comments, stops responding to your comments, and stops calling you back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you're basically I didn't want to make a big old thing of it back then, but I was. If you saw me from the time I was arrested, the time I was bailed out, to the time I left my home in December 2023, I was being really quiet on delete laws, except for when he would bring up something about the driver card. I would be like, we have the right to travel. You know, we have the right to use our own property in our public. And he would kind of get mad at me because I was like basically not supporting his narrative there. But that's something I can't ever support. I'm not that into the rule of law to the point where I would follow their corporate policies.
Yeah, these are some of the things that I have a problem. Like, you know, granted, he might be right that the surveillance state is coming anyways, but I don't want this whole idea that he has for a crime-free city or whatever, where every square inch of the place is surveilled by cameras.
Yeah, yeah. No, he supports that. You know, he supports it, and the funny thing is he's trying to get, it's honorable that he wants to try to get rid of the torture cuffs, but he keeps on coming up with alternatives to the torture cuffs that we shouldn't even have, because if we're not presenting a immediate threat, we shouldn't be in cuffs, soft shackles, or anything. You know, like he says, Velcro straps. It's like, how about don't put my arms behind my back at all? I'm not even fighting or resisting.
Absolutely.
You're supposed to only use the handcuffs on combative people that are like fighting you.
Well, yeah. But for officer safety, I mean, it's like you have a traffic, you miss a traffic ticket court, and now you got to be put in those things and taken to a dungeon. Like, really?
Yeah, they handcuff grandmas and dead bodies.
Yeah.
They're a fucking bunch of cowards. And yes, that's why I still love Chili, because he is in the right heart and the right mind. It's just that, bro, why did you cold shoulder me for almost 2 years? You could have showcased in my videos. You could have showcased the fact that I put in complaints. You could have showcased the fact that I was being threatened. You could have showcased the fact that they were disparaging my complaints, isolating me in court, and suppressing my evidence. You could have showcased all of this stuff. 500,000 subscribers. I have 300 at the time. At the time, I had 350 subscribers.
Yeah.
I now have 600 subscribers, and my subscribers went up almost by half when Recognizing Our Rights showcased my videos. Recognizing Our Rights has 60-something thousand subscribers. So imagine what 500-something thousand subscribers would have done for getting my word out about what was happening to me.
Yeah, really, that could have been something else.
And that was, I got arrested on October 25th, 2022, and by the time me and Chili had a falling out over all of these issues, was 2023. Shortly after he got out of the jail, out of his jail.
I remember that.
Shit. And our real falling out publicly was on John Felix's live, and I was in the comment section, and Chili was being interviewed by John Felix. And it's so funny that like guys like John Felix, he said send me his send him my some like videos or something, but he really hasn't really. John Felix made more of an effort to tell me not to type in all caps than to fucking ask me to come up on his panel to talk about my shit. And but Chili DeCastro, 500,000 subscribers, doesn't even need John Felix's interview. Gets an interview. You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck, bros? You know? Yeah. I've been commenting in this community for years. I'm known for my comments. All throughout Eric Brandt, all throughout the Bundy trials, all throughout frickin' any cop videos that come out, you know, I'm fucking leaving comments on Amagansett Press, SGV, San Joaquin. I'm leaving comments on almost anybody's channel I can fucking come across that has something that they're watching a cop, whether it's big or small. And a lot of people know me. but for some reason I got this small channel of 600. And when I tried to show my shit to Brian from Here's the Deal, Brian from Here's the Deal didn't even give me a. He was like, "Yo, we'll talk about this. Send me your videos," and I send him my videos. But Brian from Here's the Deal doesn't even give me an email back or a message back on YouTube. Some sock account, something that I can't even tell whether it was actually from Brian from Here's the Deal. Writes a comment on one of my videos like, "I don't know, bro. You're yelling and stuff."
Yeah.
You know, basically treating me like Brian from Here's the Deal is not going to showcase my videos because I was yelling, so I must have deserved it or something in his eyes. It wasn't worth them showcasing on their channel because look at me, I'm yelling fuck you, and all this shit at the cops. Maybe I deserve to get fucking pushed unlawfully, you know? Like, maybe I brought it upon myself for protesting or something. My First Amendment speech, my First Amendment protest isn't as beautiful and popular as somebody else's First Amendment protest and speech. So I don't deserve to be showcased by some channel with 500,000 subscribers. My evidence is almost the same as like Michigan Constitutional Crusaders evidence. He had a cop that told him, "Fuck your rights." I had a public works agent flip me off and say, "There's your rights." I was standing there holding my camera with both hands, yelling at a public service agent for name and fucking badge number or name and fucking employee number. And the cop comes over from left field and shoves me while I wasn't detained and wasn't under arrest, which constitutes police brutality, not even resisting arrest. If he would have said, "You're under arrest," and then shoved me and I resisted it, I would have to argue that I was resisting arrest or that I was resisting an unlawful arrest. But I don't even have to argue that because I wasn't under arrest and I wasn't under detainment. He just came over and started putting his hands on me. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
Absolutely.
Brian from Here's the Deal must have thought that, oh, since I was yelling, "Name and fucking employee number, employee, name and fucking employee number," that maybe I was just asking for the cop to come over and shove me unlawfully or something.
Yeah.
Because he didn't give me, he didn't reply to me. He says, "Send me my videos." And after I send him my videos, he doesn't reply to me. He doesn't give me an interview, doesn't showcase my videos. He doesn't fucking do shit for him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's too bad. I
It's
don't
horrible,
think he even
dude.
has half
If I was a popular little bitch where I had like 500,000 subscribers, my ass would be fucking showcasing, especially my friends. Anybody I could showcase. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As much as I could, possibly. I know Chili does as much as he can, possibly. But I was supposed to be his friend. I was supposed to be like I was a supporter when I didn't really even have to be a supporter. I took a lot of fucking heat from people that were my friends that felt, they fell out of friendship with Chili, and then I stayed friendship with them, even though some of my friends fell out of friendship with him, and those friends fucking harked on me, basically stopped talking to me because I kept on being Chili's supporter. But I knew that his heart was in the right area,
Yeah. Yeah.
And then fucking all this shit and fucking, no, he won't, he will not, he absolutely will, he absolutely refuses to showcase what happened to me and what is happening to me on his channel. It doesn't do anything for him. It's not lucrative for him. It's not his cup of tea. It's not his whatever, He fucking
Yeah.
before, way before, for some reason, he contacts me out of the blue. This was way back in like 2001. I mean, not 2001, 2021. And he asks me to post a video on my channel for him because he doesn't want the person that it's about to know that it was from him. You see what I'm saying? And I did. I posted the video. You know, I have the fucking emails from. I got the original email I got from Chili. We weren't really that friendly. You know, I mean, I was a supporter of his, but he must have recognized something in me because I'm not going to say what video it is, and I still am not going to say what video it is or what it's about. But I'm just saying that he had me do this shit for him, and I did the shit for him. And then I'm not saying that he owes me anything for that, but at least fucking I thought he was my friend. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fuck. I thought he was like maybe I was like a little bit more like we were talking on the actual like he had my phone number and I had his phone number and we talked on the phone like maybe 6 to 16 times, something like that. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Fucking in all the year, in between like 2021 and 2023.
Yeah,
But when it came to my fucking courts, when it came to my court process, Chili had moved to Nevada, and I was like telling my family, "Look, you guys, he moved to Nevada. He's probably going to try to come and record at my court cases and try to report on my court case." And basically, my first arraignment court case came around, and he never showed up. And then I was like, oh fuck. And then I tried to fucking like tell him that my next court case was coming on, and he never showed up. But he basically was right there, 3 to 5 hours from my he was about 3 hours from my court case by car, and he didn't show up because it didn't matter. It still doesn't matter. None of this actually matters. That's the sad part. That's why I've been so depressed. Because like my wife is at my house. She's had three major strokes. Every not since this happened, but like before this all happened, back in 2015 was like her last stroke. So, but the thing about this is that every single year after, like the first year of a stroke, after a stroke, you have a chance of dying just any causes. And then after the first year, the gap goes to 3 years. And then after 3 years, the gap goes to 5 years. And then after 5 years, the gap goes to 10 years. You see what I'm saying? So they never know when between what set of these years that they're going to die. It has to do with complications. Basically, she's left side flaccid, so she can't walk very good. She can't even wash dishes that great to even think about cooking me a meal. I have to cook the meals. I have to do the house cleaning, and I have to clean up outside. And then I have to fucking work on my motorcycles when I want something fun to do. You know? So, basically, my wife is highly dependent. But it's like right now, she's been sitting around since I've been gone. She's been sitting around a lot in one place. So she's got like edema in her left leg, the one that's always like, that's flaccid.
Yeah.
And I seen her leg on the video phone call, and her leg looked like elephantitis. It was like her left leg was like 5 to 8 inches around at the cankle.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Her calf muscle was swollen, and her ankle was swollen to the point that it was just one size.
Yeah, mine was like that too.
Yeah, but yeah, it's edema.
Mine was because I cut I had removed upper layers in my waistline area to a certain depth, and then so the on my feet, and I got out of the shower one day, and I was scrubbing my skin, and a lot of the stuff was moving around, and because it's always been under pressure, and it would break free and kind of slip around, slip and slide, cut me from the inside out, and stuff like that. And so it's kind of like stacked layers, and so what happened is because I removed too much from the top layers in the waistline area, lower layers from gravity just slipped down beneath upper layers down in my ankle and my foot. So I got out of the shower one day, and on my right foot, it looked like there was a sock on underneath the skin, and it proceeded to swell like what you're talking about. And the more that it swelled, the more all these fibers in my feet got pulled tighter and tighter and tighter. I thought they were going to cut my toes off the whole time. I just couldn't. I mean, it was just a nightmare.
When one leg swells and the other one doesn't, that's due to edema, and the edema is caused by one trauma inside or another. Okay, and it has to do with improper blood flow and lymph node flow, where the body is supposed to be able to move these fluids around your body naturally, but when that natural flow gets disturbed, then the waters don't go, the waters don't flow to the other parts of the body like they're supposed to, and they conjoin in one area, and that fucking pressure, can my wife doesn't get to move around a lot, so basically she sits there. Her strokes are caused by blood clots. Her leg is getting cut off of circulation by the edema, and she could lose. She could just her foot could turn black, and they could have to cut it off.
Oh wow!
If they had to do that, then she definitely couldn't ever walk again, because she has to use her left leg like a fucking stub. Like, she has to pivot off of her left leg. Her right leg can work, but her left leg, she has to keep her knees straight and then just pivot off of it. But if she has no foot to step down on, she's gonna have to learn how to pivot off her stump. You see what I'm saying? And being a stroke victim, plus she's a woman, and she's like, it's just impossible. So basically, anything could happen to my wife, and things are happening right now. And I don't even know how much time there's left.
Stress is always going to be a major concern to, add and trigger some problems,
Yeah, both me and my wife are traumatic brain injury victims. We're supposed to try to keep to a certain. We're supposed to try to keep to a set routine, because if you're out of routine, there's no set routine, then it really messes with the mind, with the traumatic brain injury mind. You can read about it. You just read about traumatic brain injuries. You'll find that people that are with traumatic brain injuries need a set routine, so that they don't, so there's not a bunch of fucking shit happening all day. And this malicious prosecution, the harassment by the Jim Basinger, that was not part of a set routine that I wanted to be part of. And now this malicious prosecution is not a set routine that I want to be part of either. So me and my wife are definitely out of our set routine. We're not. There is no happiness, and anything could happen to her. And I'm all gone and everything. I'm threatened at my house. If I go home, I'll be threatened. They might take me away from my wife anyways. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My shit, it's a definite. If they see me at my house, they're gonna take me away from my wife, whether my wife likes it or not.
Oh God, that's maddening.
Yeah. And it's so egregious what they're doing right now. Fucking it seems like there's nobody that can do anything about it. That's why I'm so irritated with Chili right now, is because I fucking want him to try. Like, hey, bro, please, man, can you sit down with me? Like, kind of like we're talking right now, only in private, where he's recording the interview, and then he does an interview, and then he edits the interview because like he's got like whole teams that edit for him and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I'm sitting here wondering, like, whoa, you're like you definitely edit your videos better than I edit my videos.
Yeah, I don't know how
I
many
needed
editors he has, but I know there's multiples of them.
yeah, and he has problems with them every once in a while too. Fucking,
Yeah.
I needed somebody to interview me that was a reporter and a fucking videographer. I needed somebody to video the interview and then edit my videos into the interview spots where I was talking about the certain area, and then post this video out to like Chili's 500,000 subscribers. That's a pretty big media.
Yeah,
You
that
know what
would
I
be.
mean?
Yeah, I could do the interview of you, but I mean, I don't have the channel to.
Yeah.
The
That's like
views to-
recognizing our rights. Recognizing our rights. Edited a video for like two videos for me, and 60,000 subscribers on his channel, and still that brought me like 12. Well, actually, it brought me more than 12 subscribers because I went from like 500 to 600 pretty quick. You know what I mean? Maybe I was like at 580, and then I went to 6 something. So, yeah, I thought I was down in the threes, but I was down in the threes way back then. I was down in the 300s back in October of 2022, and then by the time recognizing our rights showcased one of my videos, I was up to 580 something subscribers, and then when and now I'm to like 611 or something. So it was like almost like 20 subscribers I gained from that. But at the same time, 60,000 of recognizing our rights subscribers might have seen my video.
Right. Yeah, that would have been. I mean, and then if anybody were to make phone calls or whatever, polite redress. That really does go a long way.
There's also the chance that when people make the phone calls, they make the phone calls as bootlickers too, telling them to not let me out.
Yeah, or they purposefully exacerbate the problem by really insulting or threatening or whatever.
Yeah,
and pretending to have the positives, whatever. Right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
They try to be little jerks to the cops and say it's my behalf.
Yeah.
That's what the cops are saying happened to Lane Myers. Like the cops are trying to say, "Oh, your callers threatened us and stuff," but they never even produced the threats. And basically, we're supposed to just take their word for it that they got threatened by some of Lane Myers' callers. But then we don't even know if there was actual threats made. Were those even Lane Myers subscribers, or were those just people that hated Lane Myers trying to make him look bad?
And right, because they're so truthful, we can count on them telling us the truth.
It's horrible. But it's already 11 o'clock, and we've been on this for 5 hours. You want to just cut it now, and then I'll come back on whenever I feel like going live again. You guys are everybody that showed up tonight is pretty darn loyal subscribers of mine. I'm your guys' subscribers too, but at the same time, I'm just saying you guys are more than subscribers. Almost like all you guys are totally internet friends.
I had no idea that we've been sitting here talking for 5 hours.
Yeah, you came on like maybe like an hour into the show, but so it's probably only 4 hours of talking for you. But yeah,
still, I had no idea. I'm getting a little sleepy, but yeah,
4.5 hours.
Ooh, crazy
for you. Yeah.
Well, thanks for having me on, bro.
I'm glad you came in tonight because I told you I'd go live after that was over, but I took off before it was over. I couldn't hang with it no more. You know,
Yeah.
I was listening to that stupid attorney talk about that judge that got in trouble for him helping a illegal immigrant. I just couldn't hear it no
Right.
more.
William L., if you're still out there, thank you very much. I see you in the chat there.
Yeah, yeah. Much love, William L. Thank you so much for all the grace you showed me on, being a moderator and stuff like that. Just trying to put links and stuff when, I basically didn't even have to ask you to. You just did. You just did it. And I think that a lot of people care about you like that, like Northwoods Press and all them. They are probably they're amazed. You amaze people, William L.
That
By your
that's
determination.
that's a good guy right there.
Hmm. You're
He must be
awesome.
brilliant.
What's
He
the
must
matter
be
with you?
brilliant if he's still interested in listening to us too. So
Oh, I know. That's got to be tough. You're cool. You. It seems like we just barely started talking probably in 2023, 2024, or something or 2022 or 2023.
yeah.
But you've been really gracious to me too. What's the matter, you?
Oh
You
well.
know,
I hope so. Yeah, you as well.
you have been, like you could have been bored with my shit a long time ago and fucking just like cold shouldered me like others have, but you've been here to listen to me when I needed somebody to listen to me.
Yeah, if
It,
anything, I feel a little guilty that I can't be more help, but
oh, it's all right. I understand that nobody can be as much help as I need. That's why I don't hate Chili. I
mhm.
I just am just gonna stay away from him. Like if he heard me talking about all this tonight and he wanted to like yell at me about it, he knows he can contact me on the phone,
Right.
text message, or even go live about me, or even try to come into my next live and tell me off. You know what I
Right.
mean? But I'm not seeking out him no more. I can't. It hurts my heart, is what it is.
Yeah, I
I
imagine it
still
does.
think I still don't want him to stop helping people, like with that bail, like
Yeah.
how he raised bail for me.
Yep.
That was help, and that needs to be done for as many people as he can do it. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
That's a big ass thing,
It really
and
is. Just to
freaking
listen to that someone's out here working on their behalf and caring about the fact that they're
big
stuck in
time.
there.
Somebody with 500,000 subscribers getting things done
Right.
with the people.
Yep.
Shit, we pay taxes all the time. We should be donating. And I did. I don't. I don't. I can't donate a lot, but I donate $5 here and there, $10 here and there.
Yep.
Deborah Rogers, Precious Rancor, Paul Enslaved,
Henry.
uh, Hendry. Who else? There's one or two other people that I donated to so far.
Partial ranker, possibly.
Yeah, Precious Rancor. I did. I said that already though, but there
Oh,
was
did you?
another one.
And the
Yeah.
guy with the wheelchair, Eric?
I'm not sure if I was not following delete law. I haven't followed
Uh,
delete laws since 2004 or 2003 or
yeah, Chili raised
2023 or
like
2024. Sorry about that. I got dyslexia and I'm fucked up.
that's all right.
I
That's
hate
all right.
that.
Chili got raised like 7 or 8 grand for that dude to get him an AI wheelchair.
Badass. That's
Yeah.
sweet. Fuck yeah,
Yeah.
Chili. You know,
Yep.
that's one thing that he's doing fucking very good is that he has the opportunity to use that platform like that and he does it.
Yeah. Yeah. Can't knock that.
No, Well, I'll be over here sitting in exile for the next however many years. Political asylum, just trying not to get bound, gagged, and medicated, and trying to fight my case. And you guys all have fun over there in the United States, all right?
All right.
Have a good night.
You as well.